Hello, everyone, and welcome to Vex Warfield. This is Vex, your host, who just got a dry mouth right when he started speaking. Isn't that awesome? So, allow me to take a drink real quick, and we'll get on with this. Good water. All right, tonight, as you can tell by if you paid attention to the title, I am really without direction tonight. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do, but I figure I'd just hang out, if nothing else. I mean, I missed the last couple of, I missed a few times of going live when I meant to. Getting stuck in other business, doing some stuff. But for the most part, I was just busy at the time, so I couldn't go live. And I apologize if you guys were expecting me to go live. I really had no choice. Well, I did. Priorities. You know what I mean. Life happens. And that's especially apparent in today's day and age. Let's see. Oh, not that window, this window. Alright, so that is not coming through yet. Alright, so it has to come up to this level. Why isn't it up there? It was up there before I went live. I'm pausing in between my words because I'm hearing myself on the YouTube channel, just so I could test. I bet you I just can't tell. Hey, Scrimshaw, good to see you. Here, let me mute this real quick. All right. Hey, Scrimshaw, can you do me a favor? Can you hear the music in the background? Can you hear any music behind me? Barely, but you can hear it? All right. That's not overwhelming, is it? All right, we'll see. That's the best I can do with it at the moment. Okay. Good. Is my mic too hot, or am I overwhelming too much? Okay, I'll go ahead and back it off just a hair because I bumped it earlier and I don't remember what I had it set at. All right. Now that we got the tech issues out of the way, like I was saying, didn't really have a specific direction for this live stream. I just kind of wanted to hang out, talk to some people, just kind of do a little BSing, talk about what other people's on. I mean, I spend most of my days basically thinking about what's going on in everyday life and stuff like that. Politics and all that good stuff. So, I pretty much brainstorm stuff during the day. And then when I get and go live, I try and use what I brainstorm in lives. But really, I haven't really been thinking about a show idea, something to discuss overall. And hey, Wizard, good to see you. And I I'm gonna go ahead and open up a panel and bring some people up, and let's get a conversation going about what's on you guys' minds. It's kind of weird because usually I'm able to go off on any subject, and I'm kind of neutral right now. It's kind of weirding me out, so I think I just need to get some interactions with some other people. Every once in a while this happens to me where I'm just like, I don't know where to start. And so it kind of just makes me not start. But I really felt like going live. I don't know, conundrum maybe? I don't know. There's the link. Hello, Jim. Impending war. We've been in a war ever since, well, this country started in the Revolutionary War. And we haven't stopped fighting ever since. Yeah, we're still in the same war. It just moves and stuff's added to it, stuff's taken away from it, but it's just still war. And when I mean against the crown. Yeah, everybody thinks that Great Britain's our ally. They're not our ally. They've been slowly trying to take over. They didn't have enough troops that they could send over to us. To basically, fight us off and kill us off and, continue it being the colonies. Yeah. I add to here. Welcome, Wizard. How you doing?
Greetings, kind sir. Yeah, sorry. Need to put my seatbelt on or else you're going to have that stupid idiot bell.
Yeah. Well, drive safe, man.
I bet I can stop camming while driving. That would help. All right.
Yeah, save your battery, too.
Yeah. This StreamYard really sucks down my battery, so I'm at 48% now, so if I bail, it's just because of the silly technology.
No problem. Yeah, I was just talking to Jim out there in chat, and I was saying, basically, we were in the middle of war. We've always been in war. It's not been a time hardly at all. I mean, real historians could probably, kick my ass in this. But essentially, we've never stopped fighting the crown, Great Britain. I mean, it's been a constant fight from day one. They want their colonies back. And
most
they
certainly
just changed. Yeah, they just changed doing more. Instead of going head to head with troops and fighting and stuff like that, they backed off and sent in lawyers.
If you ever read that Silent Weapons for a Quiet War, it's literally it's like a playbook, and it's almost surreal. Like you're involved, but you don't know you're involved. You know what? It's just it's hard to even wrap your brain around, because the only way I can look at these kinds of things is like from 7 months ago or something like that, and I'll be like, I'll be damned. What they said was happening back then is happening now, but I can't ever see what's coming next.
Well, everybody's going to have trouble with the intricacies of it.
So,
but in broader senses, in the big picture type of dynamic, ever since came down the escalator. Welcome back, Scrimshaw. Ever since Trump came back down the escalator, their plan has been chaos, disruptions, control, anything that puts people in confusion, they're all for. So as far as the big picture goes, hey, Miss Red Badger, as far as the big picture goes, it's going to be chaos if they get their way. Absolute chaos. And so it'll set up so that they can come in and go, here, we're your heroes. Take our, genetically modified food and water and vow your allegiance to us, and everybody be so damn hungry and ready, drop to their knees and, well,
But I think, Trump may have been a good CEO for the presidency, which we both know is a CEO of a corporation. But once he got into, Washington, D.C., he was informed very quickly that it wasn't about politics. It was about business. And the only thing I can make people remember is, Trump went to Fordham University, and his children and his uncle both went to the University of Pennsylvania, all strongly managed by the Jesuits. So don't think that, Trump was the savior. I think he was a good idea, but he might have been part of the problem as well. And I'll talk real lightly about that because I don't want to go up. I like Trump, I like Republican Party, but once you get people into that arena, they just get corrupted even more. And I think he was really taken in by the deep state, and I'm not really sure how that all turned out.
Well, I mean, as far as that goes, yeah. I mean, all of his corporation. When he became president and CEO of the corporation.
Right.
Now, as far as it goes, I mean, I don't trust even the Republicans. As soon as you swear that oath, I mean, most of them don't even know that they're swearing an oath to a constitution that doesn't belong to we the people. It belongs to we the corporation.
Correct.
And essentially, they're vowing allegiance or taking an oath to it, and they maybe have good intentions, but as soon as you get there, it changes everything because you are put into their way of doing stuff and representing separate interests, and it's all about the corporation itself, which is the United States of America. You can find this out easily, people. It's not hard to find. The United States of America Corporation came from the Virginia Corporation. Look it up. 1871 and before. They were ordered basically to bring us essential services. And that plus all this other stuff on top of it. Now, when it happens, well, we didn't contract for all this other stuff on top of it. The contract was with 19 essential services. Well, I mean, a good example of that is construction workers at your house. I mean, you hire a guy to do your roof. They come in and do your roof, tear down your chimney, replace it, and put in a different one. And maybe go in and remodel your bathroom. They move your bedroom 2 feet to the left. I mean, it's stuff like that. And, you didn't tell them to do that. And you got all this mess, and now you got to deal with it. Well, they broke their contract. Hey, Oki, good to see you, man.
Essentially, you're correct, but there's a lot of things. Did the job get done? Was it clean? We tend to look at the problem we're left with, like, oh, I can live with that, but can we really?
Well, let me just stutter all over myself. But I mean, they've been doing a good job of one tiny step at a time,
right?
Making us used to this, and making us used to this, and making us used to this, to the point where it's gone generational. Now we're multiple generations deep into this, and they've been doing it small thing by small thing by small thing throughout generations, and now, not even realizing that parents having kids will be teaching their kids to give up their rights.
Right. And only to agree with your point, and just to kind of dumb it down for the people that don't get that, it's the frog on the hot plate. When you put a frog on a hot plate, it'll just jump right off. But if you turn it up slowly, he won't move until he's burned to death. Same deal. It's over. I mean, You're right. Ever since, I know it's 1871, but I know that the Treaty of Paris in 1783 had a very big impact on that act of Congress that was done in 1871. But now you look at that, and it's like, how can even the people back then go up against an act of Congress. That's literally like crawling up Everest. It's so monumental. And now we're all the people that are trying to get out there and get the word out and the truth out, you're going against the United States government. And I don't think you can go up against a more worthy adversary, you know? I mean, with
well,
all
they've
the
been
battle...
conditioned. They've been conditioned to go against us for a long time. They just didn't realize it.
Oh, no, I was talking in the reverse. Like, it's so monumental.
Oh,
everybody's just so
sorry.
scared and dumbed down. And they don't know that the things that are being done when you're getting pulled over for a traffic ticket, that you're not a commercial vehicle. And the cop knows it, but he's breaking his oath at the same time, but he needs his paycheck, you know, and it's a round circle. But, you know, you don't have the, or a lot of people don't have the intelligence to go to court and know the law and know to stick up for yourself. And it just, it's like the insurmountable thing again. It's very, yeah.
Well, I was going to add too that, I mean, it's just the same way. I mean, standing up for yourself is what they've taught us not to do. And
Agreed.
we have to pick this back up.
Right.
I mean, quite frankly, cities and the convenience of the cities has made us soft. And
right.
with soft, I mean, you had to go out and hunt your food. You had to plant your garden. You had to, you know, tend to your livestock, and make sure. I mean, it was honestly a 24/7, 365. It was a constant thing.
It's a lifestyle.
And the way and the way you got other stuff was you went to your neighbor who had the stuff that you needed, and you went, "Hey, I got this. I'll trade you this for that." And he'd either say yes or no, or alter the deal, whatever. It's called bartering. And then you get what you need. He would get what he wanted, and then you went back home. Hey, Epstein, good to see you.
Right. I mean, I completely
and that's
agree
the way
with
it
that.
should be done.
But how in a modern day society do you have all of these social services, and how do you accomplish that on your perfect system that you just said? I completely agree with what you said.
Say first, you have to do is go through all these things and audit them. Essentially, you have to figure out what is actually good for you and what is actually bad for you. Now, I'm talking in a broader sense, like safety concerns. For instance, I could use cell phones. Cell phones in themselves are dangerous for humans, period.
Agreed.
I know it's a neat little tech gadget, and it keeps you informed with, you know, all your family and, you know, all the weirdos you watch on TikTok and stuff like that. But it's bad for you, even down to the fucking flicker rate on the freaking screen. I mean, but everybody's still going to stare at it. You know why? Because little by little, you are conditioned to not want to give up on that thing, and you will have a death grip on it. It's the propaganda is strong.
Right. And I think it's an addiction.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there's a reason why people are coming to your channel. It's a curiosity. It's the, you know, marketing, all that kind of thing, and the person, of course. And you know, the way that you do your interviews is quite astounding. I've not seen anything like it. So I just want to be a part of that, and I want to feel that I'm making some kind of contribution in a volunteer standpoint to your channel and everybody who's listening.
Thank you.
So it's all encompassing. But you can say, you know, there's marketing ploys, there's psychological things that go along with, there's psychographic things that go along with it. Not accusing by any stretch.
Yes.
But in order for
fact, that's Go ahead, sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I get long-winded. You got to cut me off.
No, it's you were saying perfect. Well, I was going to jump back into say 50s and 60s, basically when the big advertising companies started, you know, doing this boom thing, and that's when the propaganda was starting to be spread. And being used on a day-to-day basis that sucked in all the housewives to buy a certain product, sucked in all the husbands to buy a certain car, sucked in the kids to get that, shiny new Red Ryder, and, stuff like that.
But how did they do that? They used emotion.
Lawyers.
They used emotion. They used fear. They used envy. They used gluttony. Not taking the religious route to that by any stretch of the imagination, but it's true in every one of us and every day. I mean, I'm not hungry now, but if I go inside and turn the TV on and there's a freaking Arby's commercial, I instantly salivate and I instantly want Arby's.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Veritas, good to see you.
It's a trained response, and I think they've had scientists and marketers and psychologists and everybody go into it because it has nothing to do about you. It has all to do about their bottom line and their money.
Well, think about it like World War I, World War II. I mean, they had to start convincing the public to back their wars. I mean, and that's basically what it comes down to. Right. I mean, it was all. I mean, if they put out Bugs Bunny cartoon saying, America's going to kick, these guys' ass. I mean, you're going to be like, yeah, kick their ass. Right. A conservative patriot. Good to see you, brother.
Right. It's something that the people can get behind. And that's typically, I don't want to be sexist or anything, so I can back this up. A woman really wants to be like the cheerleader with a man in their relationship, somebody to support and be like, yeah, go Team Wizard or go Team Vex, And a lot of the decision making is genuinely done on the woman's side because the man is usually going out, and I'm talking about this time period like World War I and World War II because it tends to be a little bit askew in today's day and age. But that was really what they were doing in their marketing strategy. And there was a lot of similarities between World War I and II. They should have learned their lesson after World War I because when those guys were out in the battlefield, they were eating like dog food.
Yeah.
And that turned into like MREs, or something like that. So it was no joke that was like the war to end all wars because there was devastation on every side of every side. Not just theirs and ours. I mean, our guys were suffering when they were back at their base, safe and everything like that, and they were still eating dog food. And I don't even know what they were eating out in the field and all that. And then, of course, we all know what happened with World War II, so it didn't get any better. So it's
actually, that's a good point, Early, as far as the dog food goes, because that's when manufactured dog food started. It was first for our troops, and then it became dog food.
Right. Now, a lot of people don't know these little tidbits of truth that we're putting out there. And I like to use the word horror a lot because I haven't found a word that's any bigger. But this is what we're, feeding our troops that are out in the wilderness and everything like that. And they're still there, and they're doing their best to save, the homeland and everything like that. And I'm like, that just to me doesn't make any sense at all. Especially they're lied to from to the point from their fathers, guilting them into going to the military, or once they get there to the recruiter, they're lied to there. And let's say they want to be a helicopter pilot, and they go there, and now they're like a frontline gunner. That plan kind of went bad, So it's just all manipulation. And once you sign that paper, you're under contract with the military. And now here we'll go full Saki circle and say, it's a corporate thing. It's been a corporate thing for a long time. And as soon as you sign those papers, you're now in contract with the government, and you can't say, you can't shit or stand up.
That's right. I mean, think about the old time military ways. I mean, once you sign the dotted line, go into the military, you were their property. And real quick, hey Nate, good to see you. And Jim's cracking me up in the comments. He said, kibble made for dogs and adapted for children.
Right.
Oki said Taco Bell is dog food.
Sure makes you feel like dog food the next day when you shit it out.
And then Jim says cereal just sounds nicer than kibble.
You know, speaking of the cereal, have you ever done that test with the cereal? You know to which I'm referring?
No. What do you got?
Well, you take a one of those big quart Ziploc bags and you fill it full of water, and then you pour the entire box of the, let's say, Cheerios in it and let it get all smushy and nasty, and you get in there and mess it up or close it up and then mess it up and all that so it gets to be all nasty. Then you open it up again and you put in a neodymium magnet and then swish it around for a few minutes. Take some hemostats and grab the magnet out of it, and it has all the iron shavings from the grit mills and everything, from all the processed foods and everything. I mean, these are like razor sharp iron filings.
Yeah.
And you're feeding that to your 3-year-old?
Good stuff.
Yeah, brand new digestive tract. This baby's just as happy as a lark. And now you wonder why at 3 o'clock in the morning he's freaking crying.
Yeah, you put enough sugar or anything and people will eat it. Plus,
well, that's
you put
true,
a nice
but
shiny
like,
packaging on it.
Yeah, but I mean, I just got to say, you know, parents, you know, you're putting razor sharp metal filings in this brand new digestive tract of this, you know, baby human, and it's like, get a fucking clue. Cereal is, was, and never will be a food for the human being, especially if a human has touched it first, because you know it's got like all sorts of like crazy bad shit in it, and you can do that literally with any cereal out there.
Yeah.
And
that makes me reconsider my munchie food.
Right? Do the test, everybody in the chat. I defy you to do that test. I know everybody's got a laptop, you know, with a hard drive. Open that hard drive. Get that neodymium magnet out of there. Prove me wrong. I love when people prove me wrong, and then they get on another chat they see me on, and they're like, you know, Wizard, you motherfucker, I wish you'd never told me that, because and they'll make a video about it, and you got like maybe a gram of, you know, razor sharp iron filings, and then it's like, destructive.
And it's just real small. It'd have to be.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, I mean, that works out perfectly. I mean, why would you go through? I mean, this is the same government says there are acceptable levels of contamination for a human and for, you know, all your groceries and stuff like that. Acceptable levels of contamination. That could mean anything from rat droppings to pesticides. There's acceptable levels. Now, you think they're doing stuff to, you know, the good thing for all these people? No.
Right. No,
they're going to do whatever makes money.
Right. And I have a joke and a point to make. Now, on most of these cereals, you see like fortified with iron for your health. Now, because they put that on there, does that make them non-liable?
Probably. Lawyers.
That was the joke. But now the serious part of it is I've seen that report. You know, in any grain silo, you know, there's rats, there's cockroaches, there's all sorts of nasty shit. And, you know, I'm sorry, in my farina or my oatmeal, I don't want, you know, fucking rat vagina or, you know, cerebral spinal fluid from freaking cockroaches, you know? I mean, I want that to be zero, please. You know, just courtesy, you know, Mr. You know, oatmeal maker, you know. I often wonder how many of those CEOs, you know, let their kids eat that oatmeal or that Raisin Bran or something like that.
Are you kidding me, man? They got a lifetime supply. Right? And they don't even know it. I mean, well, they know they have the supply, but they don't know what's in it. They just go, yeah, I work for a place that makes good cereal. They don't even know. Ignorance is bliss.
Well, yeah, I'm a human just like the rest of you. I mean, some people would, disagree with that, but free always seems to taste better, doesn't it?
Oh yeah.
You don't smoke cigarettes or drink beer or anything like that, do you, Vex?
I don't drink. I used to smoke.
All right, so when you were smoking cigarettes, did you ever have OP cigarettes? And didn't they taste better? OP stands for other people's.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, there was a time in my life where I did nothing but smoke about people. So, yeah.
Hell yeah. How many times out of 100 did you like buy that guy a pack or, get him back, give him that one back that he gave you? And I'm like, but I hate to just dumb it down to like human nature, but there's a lot of people that are just so like ultra agreeable and that's where they come down to like they're really cracking down on critical thinking. And that like, if it doesn't pass the sniff test, then, you probably shouldn't put it in your fucking pie hole.
Unfortunately, you need to do more than sniff the products that are out there now. But yeah, I always tried to make it a point whenever I bummed cigarettes to try and get them back, just because I knew I was going to run out of cigarettes in the future.
All right. So, maybe you're that 1 out of 100, thanks for the ball tap. That's okay. But you're right. You're absolutely right.
But I have, snubbed people before. I mean, I just didn't have any cigarettes. Right. I was poor.
Oh, and I've been that dick, I've had like a full pack and they're like, hey man, you got another one? And I'm like, hey, they don't come out with a 21 pack, I don't have any extras.
Oh yeah, I've done that too. I mean, especially with people that I know has never gotten me back. So I'm like, oh no, dude, I only got like 2 left. I'm going to smoke that other one here in about an hour.
Right. And that we can even take this, little joke and satire and put it into real life. There's not a whole lot that people will do. And I'll give you an example. A lot of like liberals, diehard liberals, I'll pay into the kitty and I want everybody to have a piece of it, is my, vague recollection of what a liberal is. But get a liberal on a poker table and they just won the pot. They got 2 arms just going out and just taking all that back to their spot. They're not divvying it up to the other players, so I'm thinking there's a lot of hypocrisy going on, and I'll just set that out there.
Yeah, it goes along with it. I mean, the culture that's, we find ourselves in the midst of right now, essentially is fake it to make it culture. Or, one of my nicknames for it is the stupid culture or the stupid age. Everything is surface. Deep thought is foreign. I mean, people don't want to get past the second step, essentially, with thinking. It's either surface thought or directly underneath the surface thought. Nothing deeper, unless they sit at home, and in order for them to keep them from going any deeper in that thought, everybody has their cell phone.
Right.
So everything stays superficial. Right. And that works out great for the rap culture, for the prison culture, for basically everything is all about the hype. And there's no substance. And that's what we run into today. And like I said earlier on, propaganda is strong.
Oh, yeah.
Because they've done one hell of a job to destroy our psyche as a whole.
Oh, yeah. And we're talking billions of dollars into those marketing and those psychologists, How can we twist this in a way that will make that person want to get on board with whatever? And it was very clear to me. It was clear to me beforehand, but it started to get amusing that here in North Carolina, they were actually giving out lottery tickets for people to get the shot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, really? The state of North Carolina, that's the last arrow in your quiver? You got to be kidding me. Come at me with something better than that.
Hey everybody, I'd like to introduce everyone to James Earl Cash. Go check out his YouTube channel. I do not have the link on me at the moment, but you can search him real quick, James Earl Cash. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that. But our culture has been spun in this way so much that you try and directly talk to even people you knew throughout your whole life, say old high school buddies or something like that. And you could even try and bring them back to the high school point when they were starting their critical thinking, at least hopefully. And you can bring them back to that mentally, and they still wouldn't connect it. Just because it's been done so well. I mean, it's really sad, but it's kind of ingenious if you're thinking about it, because
they completely agree.
They spent a lot of time and effort into this, and they did it right. I mean, outside of the U.S., maybe not, but inside the U.S., oh my God, they did one hell of a job on us. Oh my Lord.
Oh yeah, it's 24/7, 365 on, all types of communication devices. And I mean, I commend the people that have, cut the cord and stopped watching MSN and all that stuff, and just trying to like desperately find some truth that they can hold on to that, has fact. And it's like, it is us against them. It is us against evil. Not to put a religious spin on it, but I mean, evil is just evil.
I don't mind the religious spin. It makes sense.
It really does, and I hate it because they've. I'm not going to say that because it'll broach a topic I don't like to get onto. But there's people out there that are really like pro Second Amendment, and don't get me wrong, just because it's the Second Amendment doesn't mean it's the most important. In my personal life, I tend to think that the 9th and the 10th are, should be like second and third if you're going from 1 to 10, and 1 being the most important and 10 being the least. I mean, the 9th Amendment just makes it so we can be free to roam around 12 months, unmolested, and the right to freedom from tyranny and all that kind of thing. And the 10th is a reminder of the 9th. And, with a governmental mandatory jab, that's a blatant 9th Amendment violation by our own president, which is, punishable by death. I mean, isn't that, that's what you get for treason, right?
Yeah. The punishment for treason is death. Well, we made it that way for a reason.
Right.
But
easy peasy Japanese.
The one problem well, the one thing where we're falling behind is there are so many people who've been placed in certain areas, in our government, in our schools, in our city councils. I mean, all that's all the way down to the local. They're everywhere. I mean, it sounds like I'm, Mr. Paranoid, but I'm not being paranoid. It's actually fact. I deal with it
critical
here
thinking.
Today.
We need to hear more of that. Absolutely.
I mean, it goes down to this. I mean, I'll give you an example. In my state, Missouri, Claire McCaskill got voted out of office because she's an evil little fucking wretched bitch.
Right on.
But yet she's still making her tours all around in MSM. No power, no say so, nothing whatsoever. But she's still drawing back with her mouth. They will not stop. And they have nothing to fall back on. It's all in, all or nothing. Because there is nothing else. It's either we all become cattle in the yard waiting for slaughter, or essentially ultimate chaos.
Right.
and I don't like those choices personally.
Right. And by slaughter, you mean, the minimum wage, keep down the blue collar worker so he can only make so much money, and he doesn't, get ahead or anything like that.
Yeah, I'm talking basically, everybody works at McDonald's.
Right.
And or something like it. Everything is service industry. We do not create anything ourselves. Everything that we use and wear will come from other places. We will be totally subservient to the government locally because essentially the president will establish regional governors. And this is completely... Think about it in the days of like King Arthur, swords and shields and stuff like that. We're going back to that, where the king had everything, and the people that lived around him lived in shit. Honestly, that's the way they want it. And then mix that with the fucking Matrix.
Well, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, and that's been that way since I can remember. I mean, the history books don't show it that way, but modern day macroeconomics just says that to us on a daily basis. Who is responsible for Canada? Who is responsible for Ireland, Scotland, Australia? Part of the New Guinea, part of the Virgin Islands. Who owns all that? And that'll open your eyes to the King Arthur was. I mean, it was a myth, but the first start of Parliament was the Round Table, and no head, no foot, but there was one dictator. And throughout history, it's. I mean, the last time I've heard about it, it was Queen Elizabeth's husband. She still holds the crown to all those countries. She still is the postmaster of the world. I mean, all of the postal wars and shipping wars there's always a kitty, and it's always everything that's shipped out of the US, out of Canada, out of Africa. There's a certain amount of money that goes to the British Crown, and they want to keep it that way.
That's right.
Because how do you keep up this, the biggest landholder on the planet? How do you keep that up?
And that goes back to what I was basically saying earlier about we're still at war with the crown. The Revolutionary War never stopped. It just changed tactics. I mean, we were forced to set up a postal service because they told us to.
Right, because that's the only way that you can keep the postal war, and I guess it's called the what the heck is it called? A certification for coinage or something like that. The United States was never allowed as a country to print and mint their own coinage. It's always been under the contract of the crown. That's why the United States is not allowed to do our own currency. That's why they had to do the Federal Reserve, because it's a private company outside of the corporation.
Yeah.
And that's why we're paying interest to the Federal Reserve when they sell the bonds. That's where the Federal Reserve stays in power, because the United States, Washington, D.C., pays the Federal Reserve for the United States of America, the 50 states, in order to have that currency.
Hey, Robert the Bruce, good to see you.
And notice you'll never hear me say money, because it's not money. So that's the only way that'll work.
Of money.
Well, I'm still Rothschild. It's only currency because it's not backed by anything. And even when it is backed by something, you still hedge against gold. That's why in 1971, when they took us off the gold standard, that's when everything started to go parabolic, and you can basically print 100, a million, a billion to one hedge against the dollar, because there's nothing to back it up against. That's why the subprime mortgages, that's why they went out, because somebody freaked out that the hedge was too high and it collapsed. The derivatives market, the last time I looked, and please, I'm sure this number is going to be wrong slightly, but it's 27 or 127 quadrillion dollars. That's how much it's hedged against the US dollar. Like every time you take out a dollar, the bank will hedge 100,000 against it. That's where your note comes from with a mortgage.
Well, I must freak out the banking system because I don't put hardly any money into my bank.
Attaboy. Hard assets. And that's the biggest
Right.
thing. A lot of the general public doesn't know that, you work and you go, you're the asset and you get paid fiat. So that's where they get the hedge, and they can print all this money because of the birth certificate. And as well as I do that from age 18 to 62 and a half, they'll hedge all of your earnings throughout that time period, which is about 600 to 750 grand. And if you take the population that's 18 to 62 and a half, it actually will come very close to the current national debt that's on Fox News that you see on there, which that's a total fucking fraud. I mean, that number is probably 4 or 5 times higher than that, because they don't put in that. That's just debt. Now, when you borrow against Social Security, that's a debt. That's not on there. That's like 4.5 trillion. Not to mention the derivatives market. I said 27 quadrillion. That's not on there. So when they say that we're so close to having some kind of financial crisis, people have no idea that it could be like in 5 minutes, because there's so much over leverage that I can give you a physical example of having a house of cards, but the house of cards is made out of cooked pasta. It's just it's so weak that it's almost
Noodles.
imminent. Absolutely.
I like that.
I mean, I say that there's a house of cards, but there's no system, because it's hedged to the absolute max. I mean, the last time that we were 100% over GDP, which I think GDP is kind of a horseshit because we don't make anything. Was World War or was right around 1927, 28. And that's when we were an industrial age. We were making everything. We were an export nation. Now we don't make anything. We have nothing to base our GDP on. And, with all the numbers that I just spewed out, people say that we're 100% or like 112% over GDP. We're almost 400 to 500% over GDP. So the United States is ripe for picking. It's the, when a puppy like falls on its back and it sees this like pink underbelly and it wants you to scratch it. That's how vulnerable the United States is right now, financially, economically, socially. And I want to say military, but I don't really know about that. But you got to know it's in there somewhere, because if it's backed up by, it's backed up by politicians, so it's, completely fucked up.
Now, one of the things, damn, I forgot what I was going to say. Nuts.
I'm sorry, I told you I get long-winded.
I started thinking about the 50-50 thing, and that threw it out of my head. Damn it, I hate it when I do that.
Yeah, me too.
I was going to make draw a line between what you were saying and something else. Nuts.
Was it about the 50-50 military, or?
No, it was the 50-50 that basically distracted me. So it was a separate thing with that. Damn. It was a good one. Yeah, maybe I'll think about it when I quit pressing myself. Yeah. But yeah,
I have thoughts like that all the time. I just let it kind of fly by. It goes in, went out. It'll come around later on.
Yeah. Maybe we'll just talk a little more and it'll come back. But yeah, we're going to have, it goes back to what you're saying about the all the fiat currency and all that. And guess what? All this national debt is not actually our debt. It was taken out in a name. That's why we have our social security card, birth certificate, and all that stuff. Is because they have wagered our life on this. So it's not actually our debt. It's their debt.
Correct.
Now, that's a hard thing for a lot of people to understand also. We didn't incur this debt. They did. The corporation did this. And they're making us pay for it.
And everyone should know this, that we were all unknowingly put into contract with the government when we signed our birth certificate, or our parents signed our birth certificate, because they were the legal adult at the time and they could speak for the child. And then it even goes even further when you have to register for selective service and all that stuff. There's another contract, and you didn't read the fine print or whatever, and people, give you guilt like you're going to be a draft dodger and all that stuff. And I'm like, yeah, but I mean, if you look at, if you really drill down, it's not my fucking war.
No,
take every one of those fucking politicians and put them on the front lines, because it's their fucking war.
That's right. Yeah, see, generally, the population, or at least they used to think about this. I just want to build my house, build my family, and live my life. That's it. Most people just want to do that. Whatever that may entail, they want to do that. Well, the government says, no, I'm sorry. You have to make this amount of money so you can pay this much taxes. We're going to make you get a license to drive a vehicle. We're going to make you get a license on your vehicle. We're going to make you have a license to fish. We're going to have you to have a license to hunt. I mean, everybody can name off all the different stuff to the government. Why do we have to pay that much to the government? Anybody?
Yeah.
Anybody got an answer for that out in chat? Why do we got to pay all this money? I mean,
there's no law.
Pretty much.
We need to pay money to our government. Show me the law.
As a matter of fact, it's kind of the opposite. They owe us money.
Right?
They owe us a lot of damn money. They owe us generations of money.
I was watching this video about this woman. She was a 21-year veteran for she was a lawyer for the World Bank. And she finally came out as a whistleblower after they terminated her for some ridiculous reason or whatever. But the way that the World Bank was supposed to be like the overseer or the checks and balances for the IMF, the fraud starts so high in the banking community that it's, you'll get a nosebleed if you try and go that high. And it just percolates down. And when it comes to us, that's where the governments and the World Bank and the IMF are actually getting actual assets. Just like I told you before, since we worked for our money, that money has worth. And they knew that from age 18 to 62 and a half. So that's where we're paying off a government debt with our hard assets. And we shouldn't be. Because it's their debt, it's their, helicopter money that, it started off. I mean, I really started paying attention when Bernanke was doing it, that lying piece of shit. And, Janet Yellen, she's no more better than Greenspan was. And when she starts to say, if she even says the word interest, you better be like really prepared on what's coming next, because it's going to come at you like a meteor. And, this economic debacle that's, right at the forefront right now is going to dwarf the, depression of 1929 by 10, 20, 30, 50 fold.
But think about it this way. Venezuela. I mean, the last I saw of anything out of Venezuela, it was their money was on the ground, and they basically used it as toilet paper because they didn't have any toilet paper.
When was this?
I mean, this was at least a year ago.
Perfect timing. That was the
Yeah.
that was the 9th bank that had to be taken over in this plan.
Mm-hmm.
And now that that's executed, what's going to happen next is, they're going to be coming for our guns. And that's the last straw. That's the line in the sand. And they're going to come hard and fast. And you're not going to know what's going to happen to you. It's going to be just like Katrina, but it's going to be on a national scale for our own
It started
good.
with a few states already. Missouri made a declaration. It's called SB 39, and basically it reinforces the Second Amendment. It shouldn't have needed to be written at all, but they did. Basically, to put a show, up to the federal government, saying, "No, you're not going to do anything to us."
Right.
Well, the federal government's going to sue us.
Fine.
Which I think is kind of funny.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. I mean, how can you go against somebody that has the freaking Bill of Rights as their, first chain of evidence?
Well, it's more or less like a 12-year-old kid saying he's going to kick a fucking MMA fighter's ass. It's just like, what?
Right.
Get out of here.
Shooting a BB gun at a freight train thinking you're going to stop it. I'm with you, brother.
Right. It's basically that. I mean, we're their fucking boss, for one. They can't tell us to do shit.
Right.
It's written in their base code, so to speak. I mean, we made them.
Yeah, you know as well as I do, and a lot of people in the chat know that Virginia was the last state to desegregate. You know why that is? Because they knew that there was that the state law superseded any federal dictates.
That's right.
People don't realize that the states individually are very important and they're very strong, but the United States as 50 states going against the Washington D.C., we are absolutely unstoppable, and we are in the right because our state constitutions are very powerful, but they sister up with the national constitution. I mean,
it's just that simple.
Right. The federal constitution was to get the United States started, but each individual state's constitution, I would even reckon to say that it's a little bit powerful or more powerful than the original signed blue ink founders constitution.
Well, let's put in perspective. The state constitutions are exactly that, more powerful than the national constitution. You know why? Because the national constitution was written for them to follow, not for them to use to dictate against us. It was a set of rules for them to follow.
Right.
That's what it is, simply.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of them, even like the Virginia Constitution and Texas, and I think it might be like Kentucky or Tennessee or something like that, are all like word for word very similar.
Yeah.
So
because it all means the same thing. Right. We run this bitch, you don't.
Right. You don't. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But when you have a foundation like that, I mean, Florida's constitution, is a little, molested, but I mean, it's got good points and bad points, but in all due respect, I mean, it is a good constitution for their state for whatever reason, but it has a good foundation. They just need to get back to the foundation. And
that's the key.
Yeah. And then I've heard a lot of people saying lately, it's just one of those things where you just have to shut and lock the doors. Everybody's fucking fired. And if you want to play this game, we're going to do it the state's way, not the federal government's way. Because if you want to do it that way, you're going to be flipping burgers, at McDonald's or whatever. But if you want to do it our way, you can represent us in a, let's hope, a single type of house, not a bipartisan kind of parliament. And did you ever wonder why, our House and Senate is very similar to like British Parliament?
Because that's the way the corporation said it.
Yeah, I still got to do some research, but I still think that we're some kind of, or Washington, D.C. is, or something. The United States is, let's call it a British territory.
Yeah.
Or a colony of some sort. I haven't really reconciled that yet.
Well, Washington, D.C. is foreign soil. Period.
Correct. And tell me again
why actually the capital.
Right. Yeah, and tell me again why we're letting a foreign entity dictate what happens in this country. I'm just curious if anybody in the chat knows that.
Actually, I could fill you in on that. The reason why this is happening and still happening is because we, the people of American soil, have not stood up and taken control of our government. That's it. That's the only reason. Doesn't that sound stupid? All we have to do is assemble, and they're gone. End of the road. They have nothing.
It sounds utopian.
Well, it kind of is. But it's that simple. We, the people, are not self-governing at this moment. That's why this is happening. That's why everybody thinks that we, 1776, we kicked their ass. No, we didn't. They fucked us hard, and they fucked us for a long time. They've been fucking us ever since.
You couldn't be more right.
They set it up. They were like, oh, okay, yeah, you guys won. All right, cool. Just help you, situate your, new land and stuff. Right. And we went, duh, okay.
Right.
What the fuck?
Yeah, Okie Dean chat, he said Washington, D.C. and the Vatican and London City, actually, and the 13 ruling banking families is the trifecta. And Washington, D.C., the Vatican, and London City, that's the reason why Washington, D.C.'s flag has 3 stars on it. Just an FYI.
Yeah. We've all at least heard that the flag that's being flown right now is not the flag of we the people. It's not. Our flag is mostly white. As a matter of fact, I can bring it up.
I won't be able to see it. Let the chat see it, but there's a lot of people that really believe that, this.
Hello.
Hang on 1 second.
You got company. But yeah, it's really all that simple. We haven't stood up and taken control. And the reason why a lot of it is because of what we were talking about earlier. All this propaganda and stuff like that has people thinking the wrong way. And that's our uphill battle right now. Even people that I know here that are in chat aren't even standing up in assembling or anything like that. It sucks because everybody is a soul on this planet, along with taking. I kind of took that the wrong way. I took that line of thinking in the wrong way. Everybody on here. Yeah, I know you, Miss Red Badger. You're laughing. You're one of the people who's given up. That's fine. But what would it take? A couple hours a week at a time to put in your input? All you fuckers on YouTube, right, putting in your 2 cents, right? Why can't you do that in an organized fashion? Everybody's got a bitch and complaint about the government, right? So why not make it official?
Right.
we're It's real simple. We're all supposed to be independent, sovereign beings. I hate using that word sovereign. Yeah, you can tell me I have no clue all you want, Miss Rat Badger. But all of us have an innate personal responsibility to stand up, be a fucking Americans.
Right.
And quite frankly, a lot of people aren't. They don't even know what it means to be an American. Now, Miss Red Badger, you got a whole history of doing fucking hard work and busting your ass. I know that. Are you done? I mean,
you know what I like is that you know, if there's agitation, you know, you don't do anything to those people. And that's why I like you, Vex, because the person that you're talking to, yes, it's a YouTube channel, but they still have, you know, a right to say what they want to say.
that's right.
And I completely dig that because, yeah, opinions are like assholes, but when you have years of research behind it, you know, years of common sense, years of all these kinds of things, you know, it does make sense that it's one, we have to go in one direction and unified. You can call it a coup, you can call it a civil war, you can put any label you want on it. But notice how no one ever says freedom. You know, the United States of America, we've never known freedom since we've been here. And I don't know where the hell that even came from. As soon as we abolished the Act of 1871 and the Treaty of Paris from 1783, then we'll know freedom because we've kicked out the corporate and we'll go back to some kind of semblance of unity for a country. It's going to be hard, and we will no longer be a first world country. I guarantee that. But at least we'll be free.
Yeah. That's my whole goal in all this is to put us back to where we was before we made this stupid fucking deal.
Right.
And I get people making fun of me because I want this. I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah. I mean, I truly appreciate their opinions and everything like that. And, you know, since we're on topic, you know, I'm intelligent enough to stay on topic. And the people that come in here and comment, it shows you're not American. It shows you don't know anything. And it shows that you don't do research and you don't live this way and believe the things that you've researched. The fraud goes back, you know, 211 years. This didn't happen yesterday, you know? So, I mean, I appreciate it, you know? Keep talking, keep having your voice, because that's what we're fighting for.
Exactly that. It's not going to be too much longer before I'm not going to be able to put up any live streams anymore because they're not going to allow it. Now,
right.
That's not very, you know, that's taken away our freedom of speech. There.
Yeah.
I mean, and so far we're just letting it happen. Oh, we'll go to a different fucking platform. Well, right away from the problem's here and now, and it's in your face every fucking day.
Right.
And you're just taking it.
Right. Yeah.
And we shouldn't.
I could say it's a generalization. I can say it's specific. You know, I mean, that's your opinion, and I want to hear everybody's opinion. And if it's a generalization, fine. If you want to accept it, fine. If you want to disregard it, fine. You know, be a part of the solution and not a part of the problem. You know, get up on panel. Tell us your sources. Send us the videos. You know, give us an idea that we haven't had yet. You know, I mean,
real quick, Robert the Bruce, I'm not passing judgment. I'm wondering why. I want to know why. What is it? I mean, this is something that should be a part of everybody. I mean, this should be something that we all are like, no, you can't take this from us, and you're not going to, period. I mean, I'm not judging. I'm wondering why. I don't understand. help me understand.
Yeah. I'm glad you're a part of the solution, you know? I don't need to know you, but I want some kind of forward.
Scrimshaw is involved.
That's fine. I want people to be involved, and I want to go forward and stop the pissing contests and the, you know, highly emotional banter back and forth to people that are, you know, I have no idea who you are. Why would you take offense to what I said? Or, you know, it's ridiculous. Let's stay focused, people. Let's stay on topic. Let's stay moving forward to a goal of freedom. I hope.
Yeah, my frustration is not knowing. That's where this comes from. It truly does.
Right.
I mean, if you guys know me, huh?
You're wanting to know the end game too?
Oh, absolutely. I've got a grand mosaic fucking puzzle that I've been putting together for years, and I can see a picture starting. So yeah, I mean, I want to know everything that I can learn.
Absolutely.
So it's not going to be good for me to not know. So if it's a different perspective you have, I'd like to hear it.
Absolutely. Because maybe I could be going down a wrong path, and I've done this before. You know, you kind of go down a rabbit hole, but man, those rabbit holes are scary as fuck. But when you get down to the bottom and it leads to Washington, D.C., I'm like, this did not end the way I thought it was. You know, conspiracy theory turns into conspiracy fact really fucking quickly when you start researching.
Yeah, it doesn't take very long whatsoever. That's one of the reasons. Well, that's how I kind of started. It was one thing that led me into everything.
Yeah. I mean, no one in the world would ever believe that in like 1967 or 68, the U.S. government went into St. Louis, Missouri, and put these canisters up on top of the buildings and bombarded the population with sulfur dioxide just to see what it would do.
Yeah, experiments.
Who the fuck does that?
Well,
I mean, and this is the country that we want to protect? No. The innocent people that were being fucking guinea pigs, you know, those are the people we need to protect, and we need to get the other assholes the fuck out of Dodge.
Well, think about it. Tuskegee experiment, Agent Orange. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. They've been using us for this the entire damn time. Because you know why? Because they're the corporation and they're following the corporation rules.
Right.
And I have a hard time understanding why people aren't, outside of just, you know, the people that are dumbed down, the people who do research and look up stuff. And I don't understand how they couldn't hear something like this, you know, about there's a way out of this and not want to run down that hole full speed. I don't understand that, and I want to know why. Why not? Run with me.
Yeah, I really kind of want to know, like the enemy. Is it just some, you know, globalist, Machiavellian, evil, twisting his mustache dude somewhere, you know, and, you know, just take that fucker out and it'll all be over? Or, you know, is like Citigroup really a front for like CIA money laundering, you know?
Everything's a front. But that's just doing my little complaining.
No, yeah, I mean,
Scrimshaw says it's fear of X. Well, yeah, you're absolutely right. The propaganda has been strong. Even the people who are involved with the assembly are affected by it. It's so strong. It's in everybody's life. Everybody. You're not excluded. I don't give a fuck how smart you are.
Right.
Your hook is embedded all your life. You know why? Because you still have a driver's license. You still have a social security card. You still obey the, you know, cops and do their, you know, money making schemes. You fall right into those. I mean, I'm guilty of it myself.
Oh, yeah.
It's all fear. And that's how they've been keeping a hold of us.
Right.
We have to break through this way of thinking and move on to the way everybody thinks individually. And deeper than 2 degrees off the surface.
Right. It's going to take a long time. It's going to take commitment. It's not just YouTube. It's like YouTube every day, and everybody spreading the word and finding that truth that you know to be self-evident. I mean, those words are just so poignant in today's day and age. I yearn for them. You know, it's...
Yeah. The stuff that I'm talking about shouldn't be in any way controversial. It should be common knowledge.
Right.
Everybody stand up for yourself, know your rights, and you're untouchable.
Right.
It's just... Go ahead.
No, that's the hard way. You know, knuckling under and being taken advantage of is the easy way. And I'm like, how is that easy? You know, I mean, $300 speeding tickets that you literally didn't need to pay in the beginning because
no victim, no crime.
Right. And I just like, how is anything easy when you're being taken advantage of unknowingly because of fear of the law? Well, the law is not a law. It's an ICC rule, and I'm not a commercial vehicle. Sorry. I'm not hauling produce, so don't give me a fucking ticket. So
that's a good point right here. What are you willing to personally sacrifice?
Well,
I personally, I can answer that question real easily. I know in this battle, I'm going down. I'm not going to survive. I'm not going to see the end result. Not gonna. So, my answer to that is everything.
Well, maybe we should ask the politicians and all of the civilians in the United States over like the last 217 years of that oppression and that corporate greed and everything. See what they have to say, you know, because they're still voting, you know, so they're still real.
Yeah. I mean, it's a damn good question. That's really the root of it. I mean, especially what we were talking about with what we're doing and dealing with these days. I mean, there's a lot to sacrifice according to everybody. I mean, there is. I mean, you might be working in a nice job. I mean, making a good coin or making good fiat currency.
Right.
But that's tough to give up. It is. It really is, because you get accustomed to living a certain way. Hey, Sean. Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, Veritas, I have to like literally disagree with you. You know, you could be the richest person in the world, but you've been like programmed that maybe, you know, you're not making enough currency, you know, and it's always like you're keeping up with the Joneses and stuff like that. You know, I'm a very wealthy person, you know, but I'm very rich, or whatever the hell you want to call it. You know, I have a house, I have a car, I have a lawnmower. That makes me a rich person. You know, I don't need like all the Lamborghinis and the boats and the second house and all that stuff. So it's all perspective.
Right. Well, I mean, full disclosure, I've been poor all of my life, so I'm kind of used to sacrifice. I grew up with, you know, what? I can only remember 3 birthday parties ever that I had. I've only had 3 birthday parties. The rest of them just been birthdays.
Party at Vex's house on his birthday. Y'all earned like $5 a head.
Well, the last birthday I had to stream, and we had a pretty good time.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, I live streamed for my birthday, and we all just hung out. It was cool. But yeah, I've been poor all my life, so, you know, sacrifice isn't much of anything new to me. So it's not like I'm going to miss having a Ferrari. I've never had one, so I'm never going to miss it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And if I came into money, one of the first things that comes to my head that I would spend it all on would be some land, so that I can have my own little place. That's
Right.
it. That's my golden dream.
Absolutely.
Just to have a little plot of land that I can, have for my own. That's all I want.
Yeah, I was just wanted to say something about Robert the Bruce.
Hmm.
He says, does man not have the free will to better his lot? And on paper, before, 1871, yes. But afterwards, I mean, when a president in today's day and age makes it mandatory that you put poison in yourself just to have a job, that's tyranny. There's like a one paragraph that Nicolas Cage read in National Treasure, about divine despotism or something like that. But whatever it is,
been a while for me.
Yeah, it's that quote that says, if you know of a tyrannical government, you don't only have the option to take that government out. You have the responsibility to take that government out.
That's right.
And that's what it meant. And a lot of people don't realize that the Bill of Rights was not for the individual. That was for the country to stay. We weren't going to sign the Constitution without that Bill of Rights, because there was no guarantee that it wasn't going to happen later on. But in 1871, it happened anyway via the Act of Congress, which was, I'll do a full Saki and say that was exactly the time period when they thought they can get away with that horse shit.
That's actually a good point right there. This Red Badger. If communism takes over, you will not have land. You may walk it, but you will do as the party tells you to do. Yeah, that's absolutely right.
Didn't that Klaus Schwab or whatever come on the WHO or not the WEF or one of those fucking 3-letter corporations out there? And he said, you will own nothing and you'll be happy.
That's right. I mean, it's not like they've been hiding this. They've been writing books about this and talking on radio shows and talk shows and stuff like that for the past 50 freaking years.
Right.
I mean, they tell us what they will do.
Right.
And that until they are. Now, by the time they got in power, the mass public is so done with chemical in their brains and shit like that they don't even realize that they're drinking fucking the same water that people piss in. I mean, and that piss is actually, people pissing out their medications, like estrogen and painkillers and all this other stuff. Right. All this stuff is constantly being flowed into you. So you don't even notice it's happening because it's happening at such small doses that it's basically just trace elements that keep building up and building. I mean...
I just want to remind you, I'm at 6%, and I wanted to tell you that. So if I go offline, it'll be because I have killed my phone. Hope somebody else comes up here so we don't have a pause in this conversation, because it desperately needs to continue.
Well, I can throw this in real quick. Yeah, Scrimshaw, she's on the money there. Vex is on Mondays and Fridays. Yeah, I've been kind of mixed up my days, but in a sense I haven't, because everything that we talk about is connected. Everything is connected to everything else. There is not a connection here. I mean, I could go into aliens and connect it to this. I mean, granted, it'll be speculation because I don't personally know any aliens, but it can be done. The spaceships in the air that we're seeing all of a sudden, they're being publicized now, can all be connected to all this.
Did you? Yeah, you saw that. I mean, I don't mean to get on this topic. I'll just talk lightly about it. But that woman that was taking a picture of the sun with a filter, and she saw all these like ships coming off of the right side of the sun. I'm like, am I really seeing this? I mean, is this photoshopped? I mean, she seems like a 50-year-old like housewife, doesn't seem like she's some kind of computer genius. So I'm like,
Well, you can go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, and you can watch the live feeds from the space station and find ships darting back and forth. I mean, they try and hide it. I mean, even when they take pictures of the moon, Mars, any of the planets in our system, basically they're covering up stuff that's already there.
You think
know why?
Validity?
Huh?
Do you think there's any validity to like Operation Solar Warden?
I personally haven't dug into it. I've kind of personally stayed away from the UFO stuff just because it's so nebulous and
it would suck you in.
Yeah, and it'll basically consume me essentially. But I know enough about science that a lot of this stuff makes no sense unless it is basically what I'm saying. Hey, Callie. Essentially, stuff up on the moon will just go there. I mean, you can go out there with a telescope and try and zoom in all you can, and you can find different things on the moon that if you went to NASA that provided pictures, or just whatever government agency would provide pictures of it, you could compare it to, you could look at it and see that they've doctored the photographs. I mean, it's not that hard. They pixelate it.
Right.
But you can look at the moon through a telescope and have the page right next to the telescope and go, yeah, they're lying to us. It's that easy to find out.
Hey, Callie Unknown, jump up on the panel in case I drop off. I don't want to leave Vex hanging.
Oh, it ain't no big deal. Yeah, I've thrown the link.
She's got skills.
Yeah, I've had her on before. We used to do Mondays. But yeah, I mean, like I said, everything can be connected through all this. I mean, any subject, really. I mean, I started kind of, you remember that, what is it, what they call it, 7 Degrees from Bacon, Kevin Bacon?
Oh, yeah.
I thought that was always very interesting because it worked. And if you apply that to a macro scale, then it still works.
Right.
And it keeps working. I mean, everything can be connected together. You could talk about Hillary Clinton's last pantsuit that she wore, and you could connect it into fucking, I don't know.
I get what you're saying.
On TV. Absolutely. Yeah, but everything can be connected together.
But if you like 3 years ago, if I were to tell you that there'd be mandatory vaccinations in the United States, you'd have me committed.
Yeah.
That's conspiracy theory back then. Well, what is it now, smart ass? I mean, that's conspiracy fact. I mean, it's not conspiracy. I mean, it is fact, but it's like any technology, if it's like in the 1950s, we laugh at that technology, but they had the science back then, but they had to wait until technology caught up with it. So I'm thinking that, space travel and all that stuff, is it possible? Probably not. Is it probable? Most certainly. I wouldn't be so obtuse, to not say it's probable, so a lot of the things we just have to wait for, technology to catch up, or society to catch up, or mindsets to catch up. But it's the whole slow boil thing again.
Yeah. Yeah, Veritas just put this up. Did y'all see the blinking lights coming from the moon? Yeah, I did see that footage. And it was blinking lights on the moon. Yeah, it was crazy looking because it was blinking lights. I mean, and it wasn't just, they were ground based. They were in one spot, fixed spots on the moon surface.
Wow.
And they weren't just right next to each other or anything. There was one over here on this side of the crater, one over on the other side of the crater over there, and then another one outside this crater, but down a little bit farther to that type of thing. And they were all stationary as the guy was basically filming the procession of the moon going across.
Wow.
Yep, it was the harvest moon. That sucker was huge.
Wasn't it?
Or at least looked that way.
Well, I have to, I'm at 2%. I don't want to be rude, so I'm going to say goodnight to you, sir, and everybody in the chat. Have a good night, and if you're not in bed by 1 a.m., go home.
Well, thank you for coming up, Wizard. I appreciate you coming and hanging with me and throwing your 2 cents in, because that's what this is for.
Right on.
If anybody else wants to come up and put their 2 cents in, I'll do the link again so you guys can hit that convenient. But yeah, there's a lot of things that's going on now that can be connected together. And
right on. Keep up with a good fight, brother. I'll see you next time. And have a great night, everybody. Bye-bye now.
Take care. Yeah, it really amazed me whenever I started learning about that Kevin Bacon connection thing, because it gave me... Hello, Scrimshaw. Welcome.
Howdy.
It really it opened my eyes in a different way, because that was the time when I started getting into science and actually paying attention to things, because it was kind of during and past high school time for me. So at least I think it was. Anyway, it was one of those eye-opening things that I was like, connections can be made everywhere. And then I started seeing the connections, and then here I am now telling everybody everything's freaking connected. Okay. Hello, Scrimshaw. Welcome to my ranting.
Hello. That's cool. Rant away.
Yeah.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah, you're coming in loud and clear.
All right. Well, I don't know. I was looking for answers for quite a while.
Oh, yeah.
And, as far as where's the country going, what's up with this, man? And, I don't know, the more I go into the history, the more it makes sense to me. And so I'm here, for like the long run, as best I know, as long as I'm able to function, and I believe truly that we can make a difference when we have
Absolutely.
the people. We got to get the people together, and and perhaps unlike you, I also think there's other things that other people are working on that can be helpful. But in the main issue of what's going down, we really need to do this to address the issues of our country and have how can I put it? Hold our officials accountable and get everybody back in line to a place where the people are the boss. That the executives and all these other governmental things are not the boss. We are.
That's right.
And they need to learn it.
Yeah. One of the things I would like to say is there's a word for it: de facto. Illegitimate, but in don't forget I'm forgetting the last part of it. It's illegitimate, but in effect. That's what it was. That's de facto. That's what we're dealing with. That's what we're fighting against. This is what's been turning our life upside down. The de facto corporation. illegitimate, but in effect. Now, the opposing side of that would be de jure. De jure, to tell you the truth, I never found an actual definition. But the way I have always put it to other people is de jure is of the people, by the people, for the people. And maybe Scrimshaw might know it, the actual definition, or at least close to it or something.
Well, I would have to look that up.
Yeah,
to be able to speak on it further.
Yeah,
because there might be several places to look it up. But de jure to me personally is God's law, and it is for the people, men and women on the land, not maritime laws and the de facto, as in the corporate entity that we have there now.
Yeah.
Good night, Robert the Bruce.
Have a good night, Robert. Yeah, this is the run-of-the-mill definition.
Well, it'd be worth it to look it up in Black's Law and 4th edition and all other places as well.
De jure, the run-of-the-mill, type it into DuckDuckGo, comes up with this. An adjective, according to law, by right. And that's basically, I guess, the essence of it, but it seems like it's bigger than that.
Yeah.
I may just be, imposing my, my thinking on it, though. But really, I mean, this is the word we're essentially using to fight it, de jure.
Well, I found something.
Oh, what you got?
According to rightful entitlement or by claim, by right, often
By
contrasted
right.
with the de facto.
There you go.
Okay. That's as an adverb. As an adjective, it means denoting something or someone that is rightfully such. Let's see what it means in French. I think it means of the day. Has something to do with day, because DE is of and jour is day. God. Okay. Let's see.
In law and government, de jure describes practices that are legally recognized, regardless of whether the practice exists in reality. In contrast, de facto describes situations that exist in reality, even if not legally recognized. It's a little side thing that I typed in DuckDuckGo, it came up. But you can see how I've not had a clear definition of de jure. So I inputted my own words, basically, of, for, and by the people. And that's what it means to me. Without the people, it wouldn't be. And honestly, right now, it isn't. It just...
I'm looking.
It seems so... It almost seems too simple. Because it is simple. All you gotta do is do it. And they cannot touch you. no more fear of them arresting you or anything like that, because they will be dismantled. Go ahead.
They're saying synonyms of de jure. This is translated into French as by right, rightfully, by law, legally, according to law. But I don't think this is exactly what it means. It's just a French translation. Translation of the French. But so I think there's a little more to it, and it needs to go in depth, and I think we need the legal definition of it. So, let's see what it says here.
I was thinking it was Romans, like Miss Red Badger, Common Sense Common Law. I was thinking it was Roman just because of, well, essentially the Senate and all that. Damn, I'm not very well versed in that period of history at all. I'm very well versed in much history, but
well, let's see. You're looking up Latin, right?
Common Sense Common Law said it was Latin roots, but we've got a couple people saying Roman, but we even had somebody saying Ireland and Scotland. Yeah, I keep wanting to think of it as Roman. So it goes back to the dead language. That would make sense, kind of. So why is it sticking in my head that back in fucking Rome?
I don't know. It says 1611 and the meaning defined at sense 1. And Merriam-Webster, I'm looking. Well, okay. It just says based on or according to the law. It's an adjective. Let's see. Looking it up in another dictionary. Okay, I'm not liking that dictionary. Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
It's not correct.
What do the Romans speak? Why am I separating the two? Man, my brain is all kinds of messed up tonight.
Let's look at synonyms. Regulation, statutory, constitutional, good, innocent, just, proper, right, justifiable, warrantable, allowable, authorized, non-criminal, permissible, lawful, legal, legitimate. That's about the closest I can find at the moment. I'm not going to spend all night on it. But yeah, it's lawful. Lawfull, lawful.
I just found this little
because website. Okay, there you go.
I don't think this is what I was looking at. It says and diverse names. Yeah. Thank you.
Common Sense Common Law. Check it out in the 4th edition.
Yeah, I thought the 4th edition was the one we're all supposed to be looking for.
Yeah, and before that. So
the 4th edition is the one that Black actually wrote.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the rest of them had other people writing it. Yeah, I'm horrible with that stuff. I slept through history class a lot.
Okay.
It was early in the morning. But essentially, de jure, as we can see, a common theme.
Okay, I looked it up in the Law Dictionary, featuring Black's Law Dictionary, free online dictionary, 2nd edition. Okay, what is de jure? Of right, legitimate, lawful, by right and just title. In this sense, it is the contrary of de facto, which see, period. It may be contrasted with de gratia, in which case it means as a matter of right, as de gratia means by grace or favor, say like the grace of God. Again, it may be contrasted with the, I can't figure out how to pronounce that, WQUI-TATE, here meaning by law, as the latter means by equity. Yes, and there is some Latin here. De jure, decimarum, originem, ducens de jure, patronatus. And I'd have to go into this whole thing and translate it. But it's talking about God be .63 period with the right of tithes, deducing its origin from the right of patron, and cognizance of them belongs to the civil law, that is the common law. Well, I think it's a little bit more than that. I think it's going into this tithe thing, which I do not believe is part of the common law in that respect.
Hey, Alex, good to see you.
Hi, Alex. But my take on it is, God's law, and basically de jure, the way you look at the common law is if you don't do anybody harm, or you're not trespassing on anybody or messing up their property or whatever, then there's no law broken. And that's basically it.
Yeah. Well, I think we can call that defined.
That's about as defined as I'm going to get tonight. But I think that there's more that needs to be looked up, because I'm not too sure that's Black Law's 4th edition that I was looking at. And I think that would be the most precise definition according to what we're doing.
Yeah. But, yeah. Idea. And de facto is just what I said. Illegitimate, but in effect. So, the difference between the two are opposing. Now, the de facto, like I said, is not the true way our government was supposed to be taken care of. No, it's, as you can see, it's quite the opposite. They're dictating on high, just, the same pattern that the queens and kings would have made. It's the same pattern. I mean, it's easy to recognize because, honestly, we're all getting shit on.
Well,
and that's the way they treat their peasants.
Seems to be that way, Vix. Can't argue with that.
So, to me, if you don't like it, what's going on, to fight it, you do something about it. And that's where I have my trouble understanding, is because I don't understand how people don't jump to this. I mean, like it's a person who hasn't eaten in a week and somebody shoves a fucking hamburger in front of them. I mean, this is the fucking hamburger, and this is how you do it. This is how you get, fed. This is how our future is glorious.
Well,
I mean,
our forefathers fought, and the fighting wasn't glorious.
No.
But they succeeded. Unfortunately, it got messed up in Abraham Lincoln's time, and it needs to be put back right. And most of the people in our country do not understand anything about this, or probably don't even know the history. And that's really sad. To me, it's sad, because, I never paid much attention to history. When I was a kid, I hated history. I was so bored. And, I can remember being in high school and not learning a bit of American history in high school. And, so I think if I were taught what this is, I would have been far more interested. But,
I know I would have.
It's something that truly they want hidden. And we need to dig it back up and say, hey, Lord, or hey, people in government, it's time for you to say, see you later. We got this.
Well, I don't do a good Trump impression, but you're fired.
I don't even give a shit if it's about Trump at this point. For me, it's about we need to remove this fake government that we have. They're fake. It's criminal at this point. I mean, it probably was criminal in the past. We could talk a long time about that, but I don't want to get into that right now. But right now, they're really usurping everybody's rights and going against the Constitution, and they're trying to convince people that they're working on the Constitution for this quote unquote democracy. But, I've read material that I don't know whether it was 1923 or 1933, the word democracy standard for communism.
Mm-hmm.
So, hey, what up with this, man? Where did that go? Did they change it in Webster's, for the same reason they're changing definitions now? I mean, come on.
Well, it's a spin on it. Because democracy, if you ask anybody in the street, what is democracy? They'd say, basically, they would say like, well, we, tell everybody what to do or whatever, essentially mob rule. And they'll consider it, that's what we have is a democracy.
Well, what I'm
saying,
what I'm saying, I mean, I'm sorry to interrupt, but what I'm saying is these politicians we have now that are always screaming, oh, we got to save our democracy, democracy. Do they really know what it meant? Or, are they just screaming it because they don't know? I think some of them do know, I really do. And I think it's fiendish and devilish that they're doing this, because all it is to keep us down. And, it's the same thing. I mean, they want to do the same thing like the socialist communists like China. Okay, we can all, go about our merry way while the the high monkey monks get to have everything they want.
Yeah. And that kind of ties into what we were just doing just a few moments ago. We looked up the word de jure. Everybody was saying where they thought it was from, and everybody had a different, basically, take on it. And that illustrates, how they've manipulated words.
Yeah, because the language has been messed up. Yeah.
Yeah, when I was growing up, whenever I looked up a word in a dictionary, it didn't matter if I looked it up in that dictionary or that dictionary or that dictionary. They were all the same definition. That's what I remember as a kid. Now, I had to look it up in 6 different areas, and you looked it up in a couple different areas, and they were all different.
Yeah.
But relatively the same. Everybody puts their own spin on everything now, and we have to see through it. But really, we can't, because we've been so indoctrinated. I'm still having trouble with it. I mean, I consider myself reasonably, intelligent, and I still get caught up in it. So it has to be happening to everybody so much that we fall for it. You may say something that means one thing and talk to somebody else about it and give them that same information. Then it gets passed along and they get their spin on it. It's like the telephone game. By the end of the day, it's something completely different.
Yeah, as we were reading some definitions, but I believe we need to look further into the traditional books that would give us the proper answers. Unfortunately, the language keeps getting changed around a lot. Now, yeah, it's Latin, but also de jure is also French, which would be which would be taken from the Latin, and but we need to look more into it. I agree. But democracy, at the time that I quoted, was defined as communism. So, yeah, and even that has a further definition, Veritas. So, yeah, exactly. That's right. But anyway,
actually,
I would prefer to read Black's Fourth, and I would prefer to delve into that further with some of the earlier dictionaries and so forth, because you need to find out what the language was at the time shit was happening. Because if you're looking at something that happened in 17, what is it, 71 or 61 or whatever the hell Lincoln was in. Pardon me, I'm terrible for dates. But you need to find the language of that time in order to be able to understand it. And my understanding of the type of common law that we are using is Anglo-Saxon common law. And that there are several different types.
Yeah, real quick. Actually, Veritas, she said we have a constitutional republic. Actually, it's a republican form of government, which is closely resembles a constitutional republic.
Yeah, exactly.
That's actually a good way to illustrate that how things have changed over the years. Because back when the founding fathers wrote it, they said it was a republican form of government. And later on, it became a constitutional republic. And now it's just a democracy.
Yes, they did. They changed the definition of vaccine. And as far as Latin goes, all the Romance languages, German is also a derivative from Latin. It just is, because Latin was the universal language.
Except in the Orient.
In the countries in Europe.
Yeah.
Basically. And so the Latin words were altered according to regions. So if you study music, for example, a lot of the Latin will be pronounced differently, even though it's in Latin, but it would be pronounced similarly to Spanish or similar to German, depending on the language that it was composed in, the area that it was composed in. It's pretty in-depth study.
Yeah. It's another language, music.
Latin really isn't a dead language. It's quite alive.
It's considered dead because most people don't speak it.
Yeah, well, you use it every day.
Yeah, people talk it, but they don't necessarily speak it because we're all using derivatives of it.
Well, all I can say about the word du jour in my mind is that it's God's law, and it's natural law, and it's very simple.
Yeah.
Instead of having 50 billion laws that this de facto government has created, we would have a much simpler process. Thank you, Veritas. I'm going to write that down because I keep forgetting what year I'm supposed to be using.
1828. Yeah, I mean, you can tell the differences in how people speak it, because it's basically they more or less had to interpret it all.
Well, I imagine that the ancient Hindu languages or ancient Aramaic and things like that probably give some lonesome or of their essence, should I say, to Latin. We're all connected. It's definitely worth learning. All of our words are connected. In English, there's many, many words that we use that are connected with Latin.
I like to watch a movie that they basically speak it Latin, the entire movie. That would be awesome.
I don't have a really big education in Latin. Most of the Latin I've learned has come from music and studying music. But that's one of my things to do if I ever get a retirement type of time, is to sit and look and learn some Latin. Seriously.
Yeah, I can't learn it out of a book.
I can.
No, not me. I gotta interact to learn it.
Well,
I mean, I could sit there and read it out of a book, but it wouldn't stay. But if I used it verbally, then it'd stay.
Well, you can take free college courses online. That's true. And as I'm sure that's part of it. But as far as the purpose of our assembly, it's a pretty big purpose. It's an important purpose, so that all our voices can be heard. Right now, our voices are not being heard. They're ignoring everything.
Yeah,
and, we need to take our power back. We need to take our voice back.
Yeah, that
our voices
recall
are
election
important.
is a good idea of how we're being ignored.
Well, that was just ridiculous.
Yeah, that's one way to describe it.
I mean, not for nothing. They didn't fix the problems with the election system before the recall happened. So, that was, not necessarily gonna pass through because of that.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter what else occurred. If you can't fix the broken machine, then you're not going to be expected to work and produce the right products. It's going to produce messed up products, right? So
Yep.
you got to have the right tools to begin with. And you got busted tools, you can't make nothing.
Right. I mean,
So
it started out pretty good with all the petition and everything like that, but they just basically looked at petition and said, "Okay, we'll go through the motions, but you're not getting rid of them."
did you call Ms. Red Badger? I was very busy today. Okie dokie.
Nope.
I've been working, doing Reiki with people that have cancer. So, I'm trying to heal people sometimes, which I think takes priority in my mind. Good for you.
There's the number to call.
Yeah.
No on all pending bills.
Sounds like a plan. 202-224-3121. Call and bitch out Congress and say no on all pending bills.
Nicely.
Yes. Pardon my French here, but
Wait for him to answer the phone and go, "Fuck you, listen to me."
They won't listen to us, but we can call and bug them to death.
And annoy the shit out of them.
Yeah. I say let's blow up the phones on the $1 trillion bill.
There it is. 202-224-3121. 202-224-3121. Operators just standing by.
224-3121. That's 202-224-3121. Hit 0 to get a real live operator. Okay, we got that out. Everybody bitch at Congress.
Scrimshaw Rose, everybody. Scrimshaw Rose.
That's
Give it up
according to
for her.
Ms. Red Badger. Okay, Ms. Red Badger, you got it. We'll all call. I'll call first thing in the morning.
Remember, that number is 202-224-3121, and let them know no on all bills, or all pending bills.
Yep.
We're just going to leave this up here for a little bit.
Okie dokie. Well,
yeah.
If they get enough squeaky wheels, it will make them nervous, but I think they'll vote the way they want to. Seems to be the way it goes.
The more people we get to call in there, imagine if they get 2 million calls tomorrow. That's heavy. That's real fucking heavy.
Yeah.
What if they've gotten 2 million calls already?
No, then they'll have 4 million calls.
That's right. That's very heavy. Because you know how the politicians and stuff used to look at everything before. If they got a population of 50,000 in this area, and they get calls from, say, several thousand, that's going to make a huge impact.
Yeah.
Even if it's just 1,000 people call in, it's going to be like, well, if 1,000 people are calling in, that means there's a bunch of people that are just pissed off and won't say nothing, won't call in and stuff like that. So they have to factor in that average.
Yeah, I'll do it, Ms. Red. I'll do that, and I'll still keep going with assembly too. And call your local yokels and say the same thing. And call Governor Baker if you're in Massachusetts and tell him to take these ridiculous mandates off. Because they're not laws, it's bullshit. Pardon my French. Hope we don't get busted for that. Beep, beep.
Yeah, chances are, and it's a good point, Veritas. Chances are what they're going to do is they're just going to push it through anyway because of this fraudulent elections that have been going on anyway. And they're going to basically just push it through because, everybody's bought and paid for in government. And yeah, it could scare them enough to where like, oh, the people are getting pissed off, but they kind of want us pissed off.
Yeah.
They want us pissed off and acting a fool. Then they can pull in troops from off our soil, bring them here, and use them against us. And they can project to the rest of the world that we're just, rabble rousers and stuff like that. Terrorists.
Well, the assembly's not about rabble rousing and being terrorists. The assembly is about peaceful solutions, talking, thinking, peaceful solutions. And I pray that we get the numbers in so that we can get on with it.
Absolutely. But that's why they want the chaos, because if the chaos ensues, then they can pretty much just bury the assembly.
Well, it's interesting. No, they'll never bury the assembly, and they'll never bury our spirits. Sorry, I beg to differ. But, I thought it was very interesting today. I was looking at the news about the protests of the people down in Washington over the weekend on the January 6th thing. And all the, I'm going to call it de facto news or the mainstream news was, saying, that it was a joke and all this stuff. And there wasn't many people there and all that stuff. And, like the people in the chat were like, really ranking down Republicans and so forth for patriots going to this, that did not go to the protest, that we didn't have big numbers there. And you know what? We don't need big numbers there. We showed them that there's peace. And that's the most important part. And, I was watching some other programs, and I saw this fellow that was running for office, and he went to the jail where they were keeping a bunch of the January 6th protesters in Washington, D.C. And there was a man there that had been held, what appears to me, I might be incorrect, but it was solitary confinement because he was held in his cell for like 23 hours and only let out of that cell for 1 hour a day. It was a very small cell. And sometimes because they rotated that hour that he was to go outside, he would be in for much longer in a cell. And that man basically had been in there, I think it was last month, like the last few days of last month that he was let out, is what I'm hoping I remember correctly. But he was in there because he carried a flag. So what they got him on was parading. He carried a flag. So can you imagine being in solitary confinement, since January because you carried a flag? Think about it.
Yeah, well, also attach onto all that what you just said and just put prisoner of war.
Yep.
Now, earlier I wasn't making a prediction. I was basically stating what their views were.
Yep.
They know about us. We know that. And they want us squashed. And we're not going to let them. That's for damn sure.
That's correct, Alex. Yep.
What's up, Trailer Hood? Good to see you, man.
Hey, Trailer Hood.
Yeah, I mean, keeping up your spirits and everything is awesome because, quite frankly, we need it. But reality is reality. And if we don't do something about all this, then
We are working on it, and it's happening. And people are starting to come together, and it's happening. It might not be as fast as we want, but we are doing it.
That's true. We are steady.
And my feet are dug right into the core of this earth because I'm standing my ground. Yeah, it was. They were saying that one person got arrested. Some people were saying because he had a knife. Some people said it was because he had a gun. But he was a Fed.
Well, along the same lines, we can add in the Whitmore kidnapping fucking ridiculousness. I mean, the ones that were led by the feds and all that. I mean, right now they're going through a bunch of shit.
Mm-hmm. Well, Callie, I just want to say something to Callie. If you want people to listen to you, come on up and talk about what you want to talk about, because we're here and I'm willing to listen to everybody.
Yeah, I've been dropping the link left and right.
I'll drop it again.
Dunsky. All right. Yeah, Alex Bleeping Jones. Man, everywhere is feds are everywhere. I mean, in any other day before this, I mean, well, before 6 years ago, 7 years, 8, whatever, people would think you're nuts and paranoid, but it's true. It's absolutely true. Feds are everywhere. They're making stuff happen instead of catching bad guys. So yeah, perfectly placed people throughout all walks of life to be in basically lockstep with all the stupidity. And welcoming Trailer Hood.
What do?
Hey, Trailer Hood.
How's it going? I really like the serene music. That's nice.
Yeah. I think I'm going to start doing this on the regular.
But I'm sitting here trying to figure out how you two haven't fallen asleep on your own live stream, man. With this should be like having me kick back like, oh yeah, smoke.
Well, originally I wasn't really going to have that serious of a night, but it went kind of serious. Wizard came up here and hung out with me and shit, and we just started going
earlier. I didn't even know you were live, man.
Well, promotion isn't what it used to be.
It sure isn't, is it?
Hell no. And essentially, we've taken promotion and from algorithms that it originally started with. And hey, Sage is here. Good to see you, brother. And it's gone to basically us sharing it. Basically, from one person to the next, going, hey, check out this guy, or check out this girl.
Right.
It's word of mouth, and it blows ass, but it's what we got to work with because we're on their platform.
Well, if you've noticed too, the YouTube platform has really changed. It's becoming more and more of these discussion panels and less of the video style stuff.
Yeah, I think that's a good trend.
Yes and no. I think there's some areas where you're getting people having really good discussions and conversations about things that are important, but in other areas you have people that are doing nothing but, causing drama and trying to hurt people.
Yeah. But, and once again, we can go back up to feds being everywhere.
They are.
And we've run into them. We all know.
I know. Look, I promise you, if you're on any kind of platform speaking any kind of real truth of any sort, that you got somebody watching you and listening to you.
Absolutely. Guaranteed. And you know what? I'm just hoping they learn something from these streams.
They said that our revolution would be televised. I didn't realize it'd be on computers and cell phones and on platforms like this.
Yeah, Disturbed's got a lyric in one of their songs, "The apocalypse must be televised." That struck home with me a while back.
Well, it just seems like there's so much going on every day. It's just, we're inundated with crap every day.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing.
Is strong.
It is, and that's the biggest part of the plan. That's their biggest weapon, man.
Sure.
They're using, that they, without the propaganda and the constant, inundation of all this stuff constantly coming in, and people, not knowing which way to turn or what to believe or who to listen to, and the narrative and the topic constantly changing so quickly. It's caused where we are right now, to where, look, people don't have the attention spans they used to have at all whatsoever.
No.
If you really think about it, I mean, we even have some people that we will sit and frequent with on these platforms that can't sit and hang with us and allow a panel to build in a topic and maybe learn something new or find some, have some epiphany hit you. You know what I'm saying? Some new outlook on life.
Encouraging critical thinking.
Hell, and
I need it myself, because quite frankly, I spent a lot of time, years, doing nothing but eating fast food and drinking soda and just doing all the wrong things. And it affected me. I'm having to play catch up, and it's very hard for me to do, because I've still got it. As much as I've flushed my system, I've still got brain clouds. I got to fight through them. But
hey, all of us had that moment to where we finally got tired of sitting and watching everything else going on around us, seeing the world happen and life happen around us, knowing what's going on to a certain degree, and just sitting around and arguing and not doing anything, and finally said, the hell with it. I need to get up and do something about this. All of us.
Yeah.
That's why we're all here. I mean, we all got tired of talking about it, not doing anything about it, and hearing it from everybody we talk to about it.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, if we don't do this, then who? If not now, when?
Then when?
Yeah. It should have been done years ago. But, like I've been saying all night, the propaganda was strong.
Well, and it wasn't. That doesn't mean that you should discredit the fact that it wasn't, or discount the fact that it wasn't done, and not take your turn. Look, so a lot of these guys that should already did it, their time's up. They know it. They realize that. They realize that they blew it. And they're hoping that we stand up and do something. Because you know what? It's their grandchildren that they're worried about, and someday it's going to be our grandchildren if we don't.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And we have an opportunity to put things in order, the way things should be, a just society, people actually being nice to each other again. Let's take it.
I would love that. I'm so tired of everybody tearing each other apart.
Yeah, they have no problem arguing with each other, do they?
No, not at all. I mean, hell, I'm guilty of it myself.
Me too. Everybody's got an opinion about something.
Oh yeah, and everybody's got to know it.
But how many people actually go out of their way to go out there and get out of their comfort zone and talk to people that they know for a fact disagree with them, to put themselves in a situation where they're surrounded by people that disagree with them? Because that's where it really is. Are you really out there trying to bridge that gap? Are you really out there trying to prove that this is all rhetoric and that what we're being taught is a fallacy?
Yeah.
Well, I keep posting every place about the Smith Modernization Act, hoping people will get it.
Yeah.
You know,
Most people even have trouble with that, and it's right in our face.
all
And it's
the
real
time.
simple to understand. All you got to do is read a little bit.
Jeez. You know,
There's
Then
so
you start
much.
thinking,
I don't know what you
Go
guys
ahead.
are talking. I was going to say I don't know what you guys are talking about, but there's so much involved in all these acts and legislations that man, you get lost in them.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
basically the Smith Modernization Act, which was passed in Obama's time, basically makes it legal to spew forth propaganda.
I do know what you're talking about. Yep. Because before that, all these news agencies and stuff had to have journalistic integrity. Otherwise,
Yeah.
they could get
That's right.
fined for it.
That's right.
Yeah, so I don't
That
know.
was-
The way I
Wasn't
look
that
at
all
it,
part of the F? That was all part of that. What was that? The F. What's that organization? FSS. The you know what I'm talking about. Whatever the radio has to that
yeah,
alphabet agency that the radio has to deal with. I forget what it's called. The
yeah,
FCC?
There you go. Thank you. The FCC. That's part of FCC code.
Yeah, and back in 1948, they basically said it is illegal to use propaganda against the American people. In 2012, Obama essentially said, no, it's okay to do that.
Well, what it was, I believe that bill had a time limit on it to where it would be re-voted on. It had to be re-legislated on, re-voted by Congress, and they allowed it to not have to be part of our legislature anymore.
Exactly that. Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? And you know what? If you think about it, that the reason why they did is because what did the Nazis do? And we were coming right out of the Second World War. We saw what the Nazis did with everybody, with their propaganda. There were actually still people here working in government. It wasn't so muddied up to where there weren't still people that weren't trying to do the right thing.
And it's been lathered on thick, so much so that most people forget, recent history, much less ancient history.
Shit, they forget what happened yesterday, Vex. They'll let the media tell them that what they saw 2 hours ago isn't what they saw, and they saw something totally different and believe it.
yeah.
Damn. So true, it's funny.
It is. I mean, and the truth of the matter is a lot of these folks, if they just got up off their couches, man, and actually went out and took part in a lot of these national events that happen around them, because they happen around everybody in every city and every state, eventually. It's coming around you. If you took part in it, you would see the propaganda being play out right before your eyes. That's when a lot of us really woke up, is when we saw the lie and how everything was really being orchestrated right before your eyes. I know it's when I woke up.
I just imagine I have a scene in my head from videos of the riots and stuff like that, of that I don't remember who it was, but there's a reporter standing out there, reporting on the riots, which were mostly peaceful. And he's behind him. There's a building on fire, and there's people throwing stuff past them and walking back and forth. All kinds of chaos situation. He's standing there, just going, "Yes, it's mostly peaceful."
with a building burning down behind him. I remember that. That was hilarious.
Yeah. That to me was just it was a meme. It really was. The whole scene, it was just absurdity in motion, and that's basically what we're dealing with.
It's like they were it's like they were trolling themselves.
Yeah, they had no choice but to say, ignore what's behind me, everything's fine.
Well, dude, it's kind of like that rally they had in DC this Saturday. You could see when you watch them reporters reporting on it, how disappointed they were that it didn't go off like they were expecting it to. You could see the disappointment in their faces and in their eyes. You could literally see it.
Yeah, it's comical. I mean, in a really, I guess, gallows type of humor, it's comical to me because it's not anything new to me, but it's just
Not
watching
anymore.
this happen. I mean, it's like separating yourself, like a slow motion crash you're watching. It's like, oh, it's a tragedy, but if you watch it, it's something else entirely. You know what I mean?
Right. You know, it's funny, man. It's the best way to describe it is like when you've watched a movie, you know, 5, 6, 7 times, you know, but every time you watch it, you see something new, something different. The same
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah.
You know that you missed before, and you're like, what the hell? Why didn't I see that? You ever get to points, Vex, where you just wish that, you know, like APOC said on The Matrix, man, sometimes I just sit back and I'm like, why didn't I take the blue pill?
Oh yeah, I've had those thoughts many times, and still have them.
Right.
But if I lived in a fantasy world, then that would be really appealing. But I'm so far into reality that I can't go back.
You can't anymore, man. I mean, because you literally, once you've gotten to the point, and I'm not saying that, and I know you aren't either, that I see every single little, you know, piece of fuckery that they put out there that, you know, I understand and have knowledge on every single conspiracy that's going on, or that I'm even knowledgeable about every single news article or all the things about our government. But I've seen so much now, and I've become aware of so much now that, dude, you get to a point where you see it in everything, literally everything. You see it in the food you eat. You see it in the shit you drink. You see it in the clothes you wear. You see it on billboards. You see it on the cars going down the road. You see it on the club. I mean, it's everywhere, everywhere.
It's like the movie Sunglasses.
Right, when fucking Roddy Piper puts on the glasses.
Yep, exactly. It's just like that. I mean, I walk past people in the store and I look at the stuff that's in their cart, and I'm just going, oh my God. No wonder your kids are as big as you are. I mean, it's just one of those things, one of the small things, but it's just really simple. I mean, if you took yourself and put you at an objective point of view on yourself and look at what's happening around your immediate area, analyze it. Now, say I'm a overweight mother with 3 kids that are overweight too. If I take a step back and go, man, I am really overweight and unhealthy, so I better not continue eating, ding dongs for breakfast. And oh my God, the kids are actually getting big and obese too. I need to put them on a better diet. I mean, people don't even think about that. They think, what tastes good?
Right.
It's almost like animal type behavior. I mean, we got access to all this stuff, and taste buds are the most important thing.
Look, brother, because I do all the cooking and I know that there's potential for things to not be the way we are used to them, I've gotten into a habit to where at least a couple, 2, 3 times a month, I intentionally make something that tastes like crap. Seriously, has absolutely no flavor. It's not satisfying to taste, but it fills you up. It'll give you nourishment. But it tastes like crap and you don't want to eat it. But it's either this or nothing at all. And I do that for a reason. To try and get both my kids and my wife to it not be such a shock to the system if that ever happens. They have to deal with that.
Right.
To
me, I've kind of done that in my life. I mean, like I said before, I was on a steady diet of fast food and ding dongs and whatever. I used to, get stoned and fucking eat a whole fucking box of
Lucky Charms.
No, mine was more the crunchy stuff, like Captain Crunch and stuff like that. I'd demolish it. Now, I was getting no nutrition, and I was malnutritioned, and I noticed it. I just went, why? I mean, I was trying to lose weight and stuff like that, but I couldn't lose anything. And other people were trying to lose weight and they weren't losing anything and they weren't doing any. It was all the same. And I went, wait a minute, why is that? And I started looking into the food pyramid and stuff and found out how much that's a pile of shit. And then I started going, oh, it's all about supplementing. You know, what does my body need to, get through a day? Well, it needs this, 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 and this, and this, this. Holy fuck, I haven't had any of that shit in years. No wonder I'm a fucking sluggish, fucking dim-witted idiot.
Right.
I mean,
I try to make my son, I try to fry him a couple eggs at least 2 or 3 times a week. You know what I'm saying? Before he goes to school for breakfast.
Right on.
Because eggs and toast, because I know that, that actually has protein and stuff in it. It's actually, in the morning, he's going to burn a lot of energy, getting up and getting around. And if you start him out in the morning with something like that instead of sugary, it actually sticks with him and helps him out throughout the day. Because I've noticed when I feed him a real breakfast, a hot breakfast in the morning, as opposed to him eating a Pop-Tart or a cereal bar or something like that in the morning, when I make him a hot breakfast like that, making some oatmeal or some eggs and toast, when I'm picking him up from school, he ain't tired and sluggish and trying to fall asleep in the car on the way home.
See, that was me in school. Sluggish. Tired. I slept through everything. It was because I didn't eat for shit.
Yeah, now when he has a sugary breakfast and then, only picks at the sugary stuff that we pack in his lunchbox for him, the sweets, he's tired and he's already asleep probably by the time we're at the first stoplight, leaving school, going home. Yeah.
I mean, if you don't have the proper nutrition, how's your body going to function optimally? It's just 1 + 1. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I've had to reteach myself that too, because I've started realizing the reason why I ain't been able to lose weight, and I've actually started gaining weight, even though I only eat like 1 meal a day, which is dinner. It's because I only eat 1 meal a day.
Yeah.
I need to go back to eating breakfast and a small lunch, and then maybe another small meal in between, and then dinner, to force my body to start metabolizing things.
Yeah. If it helps, think about it like this. Ancient man. Nomadic type of thing. Whenever the men went out, they were constantly out. Sometimes they were out for days. Now that went out, they were hunting, and they basically stayed out until they brought something back. Now think about how they would have to eat. Our bodies were designed to be moving and eating at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
It was small amounts, just to keep your belly from, growling and stuff like that. But you took in the right things.
Right.
And you kept moving. It kept your energy up, and you were able to have back food for the rest of your family. Now, that's the way our bodies were designed. Now, what is our daily routine? Sitting in a chair. You know what I mean?
Right.
And we're taking these 3 major meals every day. That's not how we're designed.
Well, could that, that whole transition of trying to, getting people into being conditioned to have 3 major meals, a decent breakfast, a small lunch, and then a big dinner at night, could that be part of the plan to be where we are right now, to get a bunch of lazy people that are sluggish?
Actually, yes. You're dead on with that, because think about this. You can go back to the advertising boom that we were talking about this a little earlier. The advertising boom was a big propaganda campaign. I mean, it's obvious. I mean, their job is to manipulate the consumer and make you into a consumer for life. That's their job. Right. Now, what does that mirror? Everything else we've seen in our government.
Well, they want people to constantly buy and nothing to be, everything to be disposable.
Customer society.
If you're constantly buying and everything's disposable, then you're never going to stop working, and all you're going to care about is, how much money you have. When in all reality, we weren't put on this earth to spend our entire life doing nothing but chasing paper. That isn't what we were put here. We were put here to work just enough to be able to survive. You are supposed to work to live, not live to work.
It was more important for you to be with your family than working. And that's why a lot of successful families have been farmer types who had land and livestock, stuff like that. You notice,
Think about it. All these big corporations that are billion-dollar corporations, do they not spend all their time with their families?
I would actually say probably not, unless their family is in that corporation with them.
No, what I'm saying is like all these big wigs, heads and shit, they spend more time. They're actually out going on vacation, spending time with their families.
Oh, I see what you mean. I was going the wrong direction. I see.
You know what I'm saying? Whereas because they got somebody that they pay to do all the shit that they should be doing, and they just rewards for it.
Gotcha. Yeah, they have the time to take. If they so choose to spend it with their family, they will spend it with their family. Because they have the money to back it up, because they can do what they want.
Why should we believe that it should be any different if that's how they are? I mean, I know every one of us work a job where the boss is constantly on vacation more than he's at work. And we're all like, well, it must be nice to run the company and never be here.
Right. That's basically how stuff is being done.
That's how
we're all the workers that have to keep everything going.
But that's the way it was supposed to be. We weren't supposed to be forced to spend our entire life, like I said, slaving away for the machine, chasing paper. That doesn't even matter. It doesn't even have any value. I tell people all the time that are always trying to get people to invest in gold and silver. I'm like, that's dumb too. Don't invest all your money in that, because there's no guarantee that that's going to have value someday. That only has value. Even that only has value as long as people give it value.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the only thing that's keeping our economy going right now is us saying that this money works.
But what's something that will always have value? That will always have value. That naturally has been given value to us. Nourishment, water.
Yeah.
That's something that has value, that you don't have to give it value. You literally need it to survive. Right?
Yeah.
So really, if you're going to put your money into something, put your money into something tangible that you can trade, that is the value of it's never going to go away, no matter what kind of society you live in.
You also add good skill. You can trade your skills. But food, it's rock solid. Everybody eats.
Yep. I tell people, I mean, don't get me wrong. I've invested a little bit of our money, our cash into some, hard silver. We got some silver coins that I bought, in case, we need it down the road in the future. But most of our money has been invested in food, water, and bullets. Because as long as I got food, water, and bullets, I can barter and trade for anything I need.
Now, there's lots of ways to have barter goods. But yeah, that's basics. I mean, if you got good clean water, that's going to be valuable.
Oh, absolutely.
Quite frankly, we don't have access to good, clean water as, a society. It's all tainted in one way.
And think about if you had a way to give people clean water, like you had we were in a situation where there was no clean water and you had to go to somebody, imagine how valuable you would be to a community if you had a way to filter and purify water, to where all you would have to do is say, like, you bring a gallon jug, but for 1 gallon jug that you bring, you're also paying for me to have a 1/4 gallon of water. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's, people with wells.
I have a bad feeling that we're going to see a day where even your private dug well, personal dug wells out on farmhouses and shit like that are going to be no good, probably potentially irradiated, or they might actually just if you notice, you see in a lot of places out in rural areas where the water table's starting to dissipate now.
Yeah. And we all know that they've been putting stuff in the air that's been filtering down to the ground and going into our wells and our reservoirs. I mean, it's already begun. It's just it's not hitting us with a big force yet.
Mm-hmm.
And they've done their absolute best to poison every part of our lives.
They have,
and
steal all of our resources as if they own them.
Yeah, and it's not too late to take it back. I mean, we can fix what broke it. Even the groundwater, even the soils.
Mm-hmm.
We just have to take it back and get rid of all the modernization that we've been put through that has destroyed all that, and stop it, go back to the old ways, and do it the way it should be.
Right, there's nothing wrong with getting rid of all this crap that is fucking cluttering up our lives and our airways. I mean, people don't realize, I think the majority of most people don't even realize all these different frequencies that are even constantly being, thrown all over the planet are really affecting them. All the different frequencies of radio waves from, radios, computers, cell phones, all your, smart meters, smart appliances, shit like that, your smart cars.
Mm-hmm.
The average person doesn't even realize that that's what's really affecting their health, and more so their mental health.
Oh, absolutely. It's definitely a big factor. And then that's the way it was designed. I mean, fiber optics could have been put in place of all this Wi-Fi stuff. And we could have ran lines just like we did with the phones or whatever. And we could have had faster internet. Everybody would have had the same speed. They wouldn't have been able to monopolize everything. It's, if you want a faster speed, well, you got to pay a little bit more. No, it would have all been the same speed, the speed of light.
Yep, and because I don't think a lot of people don't realize that with fiber optic, that's exactly what all this information is traveling on is light, not frequency. It's light through a tube.
Oh, they're transferring it to frequency, and it's slowing it down. That's another big point about the way they got shit set up. It's crappy. It was made to be crappy. It can't get any better than this.
Well, you're right, because I used to build core facilities, and it would come into a big like industry. Like I used to subcontract for Procter & Gamble, and I worked on their main and their backup and their independent data facilities. So their main core room, their backup core room, and then they had multiple independent core facilities all over the planet for all their communications and network. And you're right when you say that they have it coming into the building through fiber. All right. Jumping into, a switch. First, they go through your modem, and then to a switch, and then it would go from that to some kind of Cat 6 style, telephone-like cable, slowing it down, and then from the main core to the backup core, you go back to fiber, trying to speed it back up, and then you jump back down to slowing it down because you're going back to frequency waves rather than running through this light, back out. I mean, it's crazy. You are right. Yeah. They do it intentionally.
Yeah, absolutely. Because they can make a bunch of money on our stupidity that, not knowing that, light is a lot faster than, sending out waves. I mean, it's absolutely pathetic. It would be cheaper and less draining on the human system itself. Because these frequencies have an effect on us, and they know this. That's why they do it like this, because it's a package deal. They got the.
Go ahead.
They got all these companies out there, wireless companies that broadcast this signal. They said, "You do this, and you're going to make a buttload of money." And they went, "Okay," and that's what they're doing. Now, they know. Scientifically speaking, that the fiber optics is not only is it way safer to the human body, but they know for a fact that they are using microwaves. Now, we all had microwaves. We might not still, but for the most part, we all know what microwave ovens are because they irradiate meat and cook it.
Right.
Those are being pumped out by your phone. Those are being pumped out by your modem, your wireless systems all over the place.
It's making you sick is what it's doing.
Exactly that. Now,
you know,
how
and,
does
and
that...
I got proof of it because when we first moved from one house, when we moved to Indiana, we didn't have any internet at this house that we live in for the first 2 weeks. All right. So obviously we didn't have an active modem. We didn't have no Wi-Fi. We didn't have anything in the house. All right. You want to know what? When we didn't have that modem or that Wi-Fi hooked up for 2 weeks for the first time, everybody in the house slept all the way through the night without waking up. As soon as we got that modem with the Wi-Fi back in the house, we all would wake up in the middle of the night or would have restless sleep.
Yep.
I don't sleep with my phone near me anymore. I put it in another room.
Hell no. I have to put it across my room. Put it on my desk, and that way I can still hear it because I use it as an alarm clock because goddamn alarm clocks keep busting.
I was going to say, you can still buy alarm clocks. That's what I did. I've been trying to get the wife to get rid of her phone and stop sleeping with it because I do believe that sleeping with your phone right by your head, that affects you.
Absolutely. And I mean, if you guys have tuned in to my broadcast before, you know I've talked about frequency. And frequency is, we're being inundated by it on purpose. They know exactly what it does, and the general populace doesn't. And they're going to keep doing it until, we tell them to stop. Now, we can all go to the, companies individually and yell at them and stuff like that, but they're just going to put up the middle finger and kick your ass out the door. Because they don't give a fuck what you're saying. They're making their money. And if you go against them, they have a team of lawyers that will tear you the fuck up.
Well, a lot of people are scared of lawyers because they don't understand the way law works.
Yeah, lawyers are just glorified fucking interpreters.
Well, see, that's just it too, is a lot of people don't realize that the moment they hire a lawyer and walk into court and have a lawyer represent them, somebody from the bar, that they are literally telling the judge and everyone in that courtroom that you are too ignorant to understand the law, therefore you have to have someone come in and interpret it for you.
Exactly. And that's the way they want it. You being dumb and just here, I give you a little acting out. All right, I'm your lawyer, and you just listen to me. Don't say anything. Sit there in the chair, and I'll take care of everything.
See, there's another fallacy. Letting a lawyer tell you what to do rather than you telling someone that you're paying for a service what to do.
A lot of money, too.
I've never allowed that one to slide. Even when I was younger and I would have to do a public defender, I was made that public defender do his job. Straight up. Look, the law says that if I can't afford an attorney, one's provided for me because I am afforded legal representation. And with legal representation means you're going to do what the fuck I tell you to do and represent me properly. You're not telling me that this is what I'm going to do and this, that, and the other. No. This is what you're going to do because otherwise this is how we're going to approach this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the exact attitude you need for everything, really. I'm in control. You'll do what I say because, actually, put it in common terms that we all know, you are illegitimate and I am real.
Well, look, if you can't do it the way I want you to do it, then I don't need you and I'll do it myself at this point, especially now, because I don't have no problem going into a courtroom and representing myself.
As it should be with everybody.
A lot of people aren't aware that you can go on your county courthouse website and you can literally download every single piece of paperwork that you need to file a motion or an injunction or anything. And all you got to do is fill in the blanks and take it to the courthouse and file it.
Yeah. But that's still working within their system.
Well, unfortunately, until that system's changed, we ain't got no choice but to at some points. Otherwise, they will come and snatch us up, and they will still punish us in their system, even if we choose not to partake in it. It's happening all the time, man. That's why we got political prisoners right now.
It's true. But that gets eliminated if we all learn to stand up for ourselves. And if we stand up for ourselves as independents and come together as a group, nothing can stand against us, not even them.
Unfortunately, man, it's going to take a lot of people to really decide that they've had enough and to stand up for that to happen, you know. And I think that there's too many people that are complacent at this day and age.
Oh, you definitely have a point. But
you can only do so much with what you're working with when you're fighting a machine, and that's what this has become. It's a machine.
Yeah, it's definitely an uphill battle. Most definitely. The only thing we can do is continue talking to people and get them to wake up. I mean, there's a lot out there that won't, and quite frankly, you got to look for those who might.
You can only expend so much energy on something that's not willing to accept it before it's time to move on. Honestly, you can't just keep beating a dead horse over and over and over again. At some point, you got to say, okay, obviously you're not interested. Let's move on. You know, I have a hard time now anymore really wanting to. I shouldn't. At this point, we shouldn't have to go back to square one and be teaching people shit.
Well, unfortunately, we have to, because, quite frankly, the intelligence level has dropped as a whole, and it was done on purpose.
Mm-hmm. I know. I mean, we literally have people in this country that don't realize that wanting to go and have your citizens arrested and have your governor arrested and tried is actually it's actually a constitutionally protected right. You know, you are supposed to be allowed to do that. But, you know, there's people that are so ignorant and naive to that they really think that that's unlawful and illegal, and that you shouldn't be able to even think that. And it's okay to make people political prisoners for thinking as such because they're terrorists.
It's fucking ridiculous. It really is. And it just goes to illustrate how top down they are making this. It's bottom up.
Well, and look, dude, people are getting, like, if we don't get a hold on this, you got kids that are being taught now and professors that are being told that they have to teach people that they're to feel unsafe if somebody doesn't address them as their requested pronoun.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel unsafe? That somebody doesn't see you the way you see you. I mean, seriously, think about that for a second.
Yeah, we used to call that just insecurities.
No, what we used to call that is, okay, so the dude doesn't care. Well, fine, he's a dick. Let's move on and not deal with him. Now they're telling people that they should fear. People fear seeing others who fly the flag in their front yard. There is a generation of kids that are fearful if they go by a house and see the American flag flying.
Yeah.
When did you ever think that you would see that in the country that you were born and raised in?
Me growing up, never.
Right.
I mean, the flag's always been a point of pride.
Right.
And now all of a sudden it's something completely different?
Now it means you're a white supremacist and a white nationalist and a racist and, a bigot and all these other things? Are you serious? That sounds like commie talk to me.
Insert ist here.
Why does Scrimshaw fall off? Because I come up and I basically started bantering with you, maybe.
She might have just be tired.
She could be.
I haven't been watching, but I intend to as. Oh, She's good.
Oh.
She's got to drop out.
Oh, okay. Well, you have a good night, ma'am. Get you some sleep.
Thank you for coming up, Scrimshaw. I appreciate you.
Prayers and blessings to you and your family.
Well, yeah,
You know something I've noticed is going on, a discussion that's being had in a lot of different areas of YouTube, but it's all the same discussion. There's a lot of people that's talking about families and children now, everywhere.
that's good, because that's where they should be focusing. I mean, the old time ways are going to have to be looked at seriously and re-put into everyday life. I mean, the old days were about your family and then everything else. That meant, before your bills, before your work, everything. Your family came first.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's family last.
Mm-hmm.
And if we don't bring it back to family first, then all this is just going up in smoke, and we're going to end up basically in the Matrix.
Well, something that I find interesting, Vex, is I think that the whole shutdown, the lockdowns and shit that they impose, and I believe that they're going to impose again starting this holiday season. I don't think that the ruling class has figured out yet fully that it's backfiring on them, but it's backfired on them if you pay attention. It's caused, because it's forced people to be at home and have to stay at home and not be out chasing that money hustle like they were. There's a lot of people starting to realize now that how much more important family is. There's a lot of people starting to realize now how much they liked being around their family and engaging with them. And there's a lot of people realizing now just how much there was propaganda that kept pushing for them to stay away from their family and not be at home.
Yeah. And in contrast, the other side of that is what they wanted to happen was what happened in a lot of the cities. And, well, I can't say just cities, but you'll get the gist of what I'm saying. Is a lot of the reports of abuse that went on during that time. That's what they wanted. And a lot of people, yes, you're right. It caused an effect that they weren't looking forward to, at least. And it has sparked something that needs to be ignited into a full-fledged flame. This is where it begins.
Yeah, I can tell you that I firmly believe that they did not anticipate what's going on right now with you and I and other people all over the world, these little panels. I don't think they anticipated YouTube turning into that and people actually having discussions like they are now. That one caught them way off guard.
Well, they forgot one thing. We're not subjects. And that's why they had to change it. That's why they had to change all the wording. They had to change everything because they knew that they would be slow on grasp of what we can do even online. Because they looked at us like peasants.
Yeah, and they see it now, and if you've noticed, they've even started inserting their what they would consider their uppity, the what do they call it, the famous class in this country, the actors and football players and basketball players. I think they've just started inserting a lot of that in as agents now. That's why you see them trying to break out on this platform.
Oh yeah, for a fact they've been, one of their substations is Hollywood. I mean, at very least, they've been infiltrating that. I mean, we all know practically that China controls Hollywood, and yeah, I mean, let me just stutter a little bit. The different alphabet agencies have been always recruiting in the famous. They want the people to, that star, everybody looks up to him. We'll just say Michael Jordan. Looks up to him. Okay, get his ass on the payroll and get him saying the words we want him to say. I mean, it's it really is just that simple. I mean, they use
really always
everything
been
they
that way.
can. Yeah, they use everything they can to get their points across.
Well, think
to the
about
point
it. It
of
makes,
even back in black and white days with
even
movies
back in
and
just
stuff.
radio days, back when there
Yeah.
was, dude. I mean, seriously, because it's always been the programs that they approved and the style that they approved, delivered in the way that they approved of it being delivered, with the lexicon that they've approved you using.
Sorry,
I
I
mean,
was
think
reading
about
the
that.
chat. They're making fun of your crickets.
It's not my crickets, is it? Yeah, it is my crickets. It is mine. Hey,
yeah.
actually, the crickets
Propag-
kind of go real well with his music he's playing in the background.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it does. But yeah, propaganda has been used against us basically ever since radio. I mean, at very least.
I think it's been used against us since we've learned how to communicate with each other.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, we can go back to all the way back to the beginning of man, which I believe was millions and millions of years later than what they're telling us.
I agree, 100%. I think that whole. I think that somebody. I believe a lot of what's in the Bible. I do. I believe it to be, honest and a real message. I just think the timeline in it has been skewed intentionally.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, propaganda in all things. Just that's a good blanket statement. Everything that could get, everything that they can steer you wrong, they will steer you wrong.
Right. You got to remember, this land is, the Lord of this land is Satan. And honestly, and you can see that. Think about it. Why would someone who created all this actively want to destroy it? He wouldn't. Nobody would.
If I Were the Devil by Paul Harvey. I recommend, if you don't know it, know it. It's beautifully done. If I Were the Devil by Paul Harvey.
Oh, I have read that or heard that. I've heard that being spoken. Wasn't that recorded like back in the 60s or 70s or some shit?
Yeah. Paul Harvey's really good.
Yeah, I've heard that, because when he everything he stated back then is what we're seeing right now.
Yeah.
Which was
exactly.
really kind of ironic,
Yeah, it's when I first heard that, I was mesmerized. I was totally captured by it. And I went, yeah. I mean, it dead on.
So let me ask you something.
It so brilliantly. Yeah.
Once you really started opening up and paying attention to what was going on, how long did it take before you started talking to like your wife or close loved ones and friends and telling them things that you kind of foresaw happening and it actually happening and it shocking the shit out of yourself?
As soon as I started realizing it, I couldn't shut up about it. I kind of got the same way I did with the assembly. When I first started, well, I can take you back to early Alex Jones, essentially, and basically looking up the stuff he was talking about and going, holy shit. And I wouldn't necessarily just walk up to people and just start talking to them about it and stuff like that. But it was usually somebody broached the subject in some way, and I went, well,
right.
And basically started doing it. So with me, it's always been, if I know something is true and others don't know it's true, I want them to know what the truth is. Even I still got to say the truth.
I had to, when I first started re-educating myself, I had to teach myself how to deliver things, because I used to be, I'm sure you can see with me and the way I carry myself, that I was a very overly aggressive and forceful deliverer of information at one point in time. It would almost be like people would think that I was yelling at them or attacking them and saying, believe this shit. But it was only because, dude, what was crazy is I was passionate and I couldn't understand why I didn't see this before, and it pissed me off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That it took this long
I
for
know
me
exactly.
to see what it was. You know, I had to learn how to sit down and just have a discussion with somebody and at the same time not overload them, because I used to do that too, man. I would overload people with so much shit that I would literally see the light bulb go off and the lights go out in their eyes, and then just like there be nobody there anymore, like they shut down.
Yeah. I see that almost on a daily basis. Unfortunately. A lot of people around me are kind of, I don't want to say they're entrenched in all the bullshit, but they see something's wrong. They don't know what it is, but if you start, dropping truth bombs on them, they're like, "What the fuck?" Because you have to give them a gradual in. Give them one little nugget to concentrate on, so that it doesn't, quite frankly, just blow their mind.
Right.
And that's one of the things I've been learning, as far as, the assembly and stuff, is and how to talk to people and kind of, I don't know, reassess how I actually speak to people. Sometimes I get all, whatever and go off on rants. I mean, I'm human. It's shit still pisses me off. And, but yeah, learning new tools like that and combining them with other stuff that I've learned has really helped me towards thinking first before I speak, and that used to be a big problem for me.
Yeah, I do that a lot too. I don't, and I've found that I don't take other people's information as the gospel anymore, just because they may have been studying something longer than me or whatnot and whatever. You know what I'm saying? I remember early on posting a lot of stuff that other people posted just to find out that it was misinformation and shit, and have to basically either try and defend myself or, apologize. I stopped posting other people's information years ago now. Won't do it. You know what I'm saying? As far as like memes or shit like that, I don't do it.
Right. Yeah, I've kind of structured myself to where I used to be a liar. Just lie for no reason. That type of
Interesting.
thing. And
that
I was
a lot
very
to admit to.
manipulative.
Well, I just want to say that takes a lot, and it shows a lot about your character and integrity that you would be willing to even admit something like that. Most people wouldn't be able to do it out of a prideful, position.
Yeah, well, like I said earlier tonight, I've grown up poor, so pride wasn't really a thing I had to struggle with too much. But as far as, I've never made it a secret that, I was a piece of shit person when I was younger. I would, like I said, I lied, I would manipulate just to see if I could get a kick out of it.
Right.
It was just, I was doing it just because I could. And I was just smart enough, I guess, to where I was able to pick up on cues from people and stuff like that. So it was really easy for me to do. So, and quite frankly, I got tired of it. I mean, it's more accurate to say I got lazy. I got so fucking lazy that I didn't want to remember the bullshit that I used to spew.
That's what I was going to say, and who you spewed what to.
Yeah. I'd forget. And I was too fucking lazy to remember. So I found myself basically in a situation where I was being confronted from several different angles, and honestly, I just went, all right, y'all won. I'm done with it.
What can you do at that point other than admit that your own failures and your own mistake as a human?
I mean, it was just,
It was like
something
life
that-
forced you to have to deal with a situation that you didn't want to deal with.
Exactly. I couldn't run anymore. And it caught up to me. And, physically, mentally, it beat the shit out of me. And honestly, I learned that lesson well. From then on, I structured myself because I really didn't have a good upbringing where it was, discipline and that stuff. I ended up by the time I was 11 and 12 just doing whatever the fuck I wanted. All I had to do was leave the house. That was mom and dad's jurisdiction. So once I'm gone out of there, I'm on my own. That type of thing.
Right.
But I realized that I shorted myself. I mean, I did this to myself. I shorted myself because I thought I knew better because I was a dumb kid. So I realized that I lacked the discipline and stuff like that. So I made rules for myself. And this is right around the time where I was basically going, you know what? I'm done with lying. Lying's too complicated. Plus, I was going through a big lazy phase. And once I made the rules, it kind of made me less lazy too. But not in the manipulative type of way. I was like, well, I said I was going to do this, so I better do this. Type of attitude. Just do it. I mean, I know that's like a Nike catchphrase and shit like that, but I was saying it before it was cool.
Bo knows.
But yeah, I
get it, man.
Was a piece of shit.
My dad's the one who kind of taught me the value of truth without even realizing that he was. Because he's such a fucking what do they call that? That kind of he's such a compulsive liar, such a manipulative narcissist, that he taught me how important it was to tell the truth and how much easier it made life, just to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to say that I've, never lied, never told white lies. I used to, like you said, I used to be a piece of shit, dude. I used to do horrible things to people that I didn't even know or they didn't know me. I used to be one of those guys that back when I was 18, 19 years old, I hate admitting it, but I had me and 3 other guys. We was one of them young adults that like to go out and take things and rob other people's houses and shit like that. And we'd sit and scope them out, watch everybody leave for school and work in the morning, and go kick in the door of an empty house. When they come home to nothing.
Yeah, I was kind of staying away from that area, but yeah, I actually got arrested for burglary.
I never got arrested, but the first time I had the feds looking for me, which is ironic, dude. Ironic. Wait till you hear this. First time I had the feds looking for me, it was the Michigan FBI calling my grandma's house in Ohio. Isn't that ironic?
Huh.
With the stuff that I'm involved in now. Isn't that ironic?
That's fucked up.
Okay, but they never pursued it. My grandma said she didn't know where I was, and they left it alone because I guess apparently they caught a couple of the other guys that were involved. But I lived up in Elkhart, Indiana at the time with my dad. Me and 3 other guys. They called it the Michiana area because it was so close to the Michigan border. Like 3 Rivers, Niles, and all that shit right across the border. And dude, the first time that I had like my description, the description of my car was on Crime Stoppers. There was a picture of my car at every gas station because I was like the king of gas and goes too. I had gas and go at every station in that fucking town and every town around. I never paid for gas. I went, filled it up, and then just drove off everywhere I went. I ain't gonna lie. And it got to the point, like I said, I was at work one day working at it was one of those dry cleaning places. Very first job I ever had in Indiana, living with my dad. And I heard the description of my car on a Crime Stoppers report. And them talking about it was also connected and involved with a rash of break-ins for the last 2 or 3 months all over the Michiana area. And only thing I could do is go home
Yeah.
that day, and I filled up my car, put all my shit in it, and I left Indiana, went back to Ohio, and didn't go back to Indiana for probably about a good 8-9 years.
Yeah, for me, I never actually got caught for actually doing the crimes that I did, but I got caught for doing a crime. I put that in kind of air quotes, for doing something stupid. I actually got arrested for burglary, but it sounds worse than it was because it was actually, not that bad. Me and a buddy decided to basically, our big night was we got a joint. So we were going to smoke a joint on top of the school. And we were going to essentially go down in the courtyard and do like a little, prank and move all the stuff in the courtyard around and stuff like that. So that was our plan. Well, turns out the school had been burglarized the night before.
Ouch.
And they took a whole bunch of TVs and VCRs and stuff like that. Dating myself a little. And basically we got pinned for it. Now, at the time, I was, high as fuck, and on top of the school, right outside the courtyard area, on the roof, and we were just laying there and just laughing and fucking cutting up and doing what idiot kids do,
Right.
because we had done our prank, and next thing I know, I got this 6-foot tall blonde chick with a shotgun pointing in my face.
That scared the shit out of you.
Oh, I was high enough to where I was just like, whoa. So, yeah. Later on when I came down, I was like, what the fuck?
Really, that's a testament, though, and it's almost, it shows proof of everything that you do in your life has some kind of, reaction to it. You know what I mean? That everything you do, there's an outcome, that you really have control and effect of all the good and negative that happens in your life.
Yeah. I mean, I used to, that was a time in my life where I was like, I was convinced that my soul was doomed for suffering. That was my lesson to be learned. I must learn suffering.
We got a lot in common, yo. For real.
Well, I was convinced of it, and convinced that way for the next, we'll just say 20 years. So basically everything bad that happened to me, I was just like, all right, bring it on. Let's just get it over with. But now I'm looking back on it and I'm going, I learned so many different things doing the stupid stuff that I did that I can use in today. For instance, like I said, I was very manipulative whenever, with speaking to people. Now I use that same type of manipulation and I make it I never hide it. I use that same manipulation when I try and recruit people and things that find out what interests you, and I build upon that.
Right.
I just don't hide it, and I don't, use it for bad. At least I hope I don't. Let me know if I do. But I use these different skills, and I use others to further as much good as I can. Like, even passing on information about supplementing and stuff like that. I want everyone to be healthy, because the more healthy everyone is, the more clear they think. So, say it once again, I said it earlier, everything is connected. And I had to go through what I had to go through to be the person I am right now, so that I could be as strong as I am right now.
I say that all the time. Honestly,
well, I think really a lot of people do. And it's true. You are who you are because of what you've went through in your life.
For a reason.
Embrace it.
Well, it's like
it may be shitty. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish your thought.
All right. It may be shitty to think of some bad things. I mean, women got to deal with rape. I mean, how horrible is that to fucking face? But once you have learned the lesson from everything that happens in your life, which I'm not done learning my lessons. But once you start learning the majority of your lessons, you can use them to your benefit and to other people's benefits. I have no doubt, because I try and be an example of that. I've had such a shitty life. And it wasn't shitty because I was constantly beaten by my father, which that happened. It wasn't shitty because, I was a short, fat kid and got picked on a lot. But I needed to go through that so I could learn my lessons in the future. It sucks. Believe me, it sucks being jumped by 5 people because you said the wrong word.
Dude, you had to go through that just like I went through that, because you had to realize how much control you really had over your life, how much you steered it yourself. Sometimes I wonder if that isn't one of those things that you have to learn in order to transverse into, when we go into this new life or this new realm or whatever happens after you die. That isn't one of those things that are necessary.
I absolutely believe that. I mean,
because how many people really fight that thought right there, their own accountability, that they are more responsible for all the good and all the bad, even the most unspeakable things, that they have a responsibility and an accountability to a lot of these things. There's things they did, somewhere they walked, somewhere they turned, someone they talked to, a book that they read instead of another one. All these decisions, they really do affect the outcome of everything that comes afterwards.
Yes. Everything's connected, and your life is a series of events.
Yes.
And it's made you who you are.
That's the way I was going to say. My mom, right before she passed, she tried, bless her soul, she was going to do that thing that parents do, apologize, for the rough, and I wouldn't let her. I refused to let her. Still to this day, I wouldn't let her. To this day, I think she did the job of a mother that she was supposed to do. Because like I told her, I said, Mom, if you look at where I am today and who I am today, I don't think, and this was 40 years ago. I said, I don't think I'm that bad of a person. I got a lot of learning yet to do. I still got a lot of things and a lot of bumps and a lot of scrapes that I probably got to earn yet. But if one single thing would have been different in my life as a child, the life that you provided for me, if one single thing would have been different, I wouldn't be the man that's standing before you today. And I am okay with the man I am today. I love the man I am today. I am happy to be who I am today. And it's all because you started me on this path. What do you have to what do you have to apologize for? Like I told her, I said, really, I'm the one that should be apologizing to you. And I am going to apologize to you that it took me losing you and knowing that I'm about to lose you to realize how much you really impacted my life, how much you really cared about me, that you was willing to be a parent and invest time and energy in me.
There's the truth right there. She was who she was so that you could be who you were.
Right. I believe that there's a short period of time in a kid's life that they are guided, that the decisions are made for them, that someone is actually starting them off on their path. There is a short, small window. And then after that small window, you really you take your life by the wheels, by the reins, and you're the one directing it.
It taught me what I needed to do to take control. I never saw myself as a leader because, quite frankly, I was never a leader.
Right.
Now, people have actually looked at me as a leader. It's kind of foreign to me, but so far, so good.
I don't like it. I don't like that. I don't even like the title leader. But I'm the same way, dude. I've had people tell me that I have leadership qualities, and I'm like, I don't know where you see that. I don't think that people should even. To me, that's like a title of nobility in a sense. You know what I'm saying? Leader. People. I think that you should just do what you do and let your example lead others.
Yeah, there's this part in what was it called? Rain of Fire, one with Matthew McConaughey being all the the Marine type dude and shit like that, and celebrating the tavern thing that they had, celebrating the dragon they just brought down. And then his big old speech was, cheer the heroes or whatever. I don't remember the exact quote, but he goes, "I pity the people who need him." That stuck with me because everybody should be a hero in that tavern. Every one of them. It shouldn't be the one person.
Right, and it's like that. Look, dude, out of all the Rocky movies, it was the last one that he did where he had his son in it. What was it, like Rocky 6? Was it 5 or no? It was 6 where they had that live fight. Where it looked like a real boxing match. And out of all those movies, that was the movie that had the most, profound quote was when he said, "Life is tough and it's going to knock you down and it's going to beat you and hit you over and over and over again." He said it ain't about whether or not you can fight. It's about whether or not you can keep getting knocked down, how hard you can get punched and still get back up.
Exactly. Yeah, Sean just put in there, people say, me or whoever are leaders, the CGJA. I have to explain, then we are all just doing a job, not leading. That's right. There isn't positions of authority in the assembly. That's one thing people assume, that there are positions of authority. Everybody's at the same level. Everybody has a voice. And you're expected to basically say what's on your mind. We ask you that, you don't cuss and, accuse people of things without good evidence and stuff like that. But everybody is on an equal footing.
You get out of it what you put into it.
Yes. Now, there are offices that we take up, and those offices have duties that we have to do.
But even with that, you get out of it what you put into it. Because you ain't going to get that office if you ain't going to put anything into it.
Exactly that. Because each office is voted for. I mean, everybody in the assembly votes on the office. For instance, when I became in my office, I was voted in.
Mm-hmm.
And I will serve and do what I have to do to fulfill that office until somebody else gets put in there, which will be in months because each term is a year. You do the job for a year.
Give you enough time to where you can maybe get some stuff going and not fuck nothing up.
Right. And chances are when you get into an office, you know what the office entails and you know what the job entails that you have to do with the office. So you do it. I mean, and chances are you were already doing it beforehand, just not in the official capacity.
Right.
I mean, because everybody works together to get this shit done.
Which, man, I do need to get back involved with that National Assembly. I just been spending, dude, be honest with you, I ain't gonna lie, man. I've been spending time with the wife and kids. It's nice on shit.
Well, dude, man, that's what it's all about. And that's the whole reason behind it. Families, the people next to you, your neighbors. I mean, if you were like me in the past 10 years, more or less cut off myself from a lot of people because, well, I didn't realize it then, but I realize it now. It's because of the dumbing down and all that stuff that's going on. But I considered them idiots, so I just quit hanging out with them.
Yeah, my circle's gotten so much smaller.
Yeah. And now I'm finding myself trying to scramble for old phone numbers and stuff like that so I can get back in touch with these people and help them.
Well, dude, isn't it crazy, too, how once you stopped reaching out to people, how many people stopped getting a hold of you?
Oh, yeah. That's a big fact right there.
I mean, that's something I didn't even realize. How many people, the only reason why there was a strong friendship and connection there is because I actually put the effort into getting a hold of them.
Exactly. And that's what it is. Effort. You didn't put forth effort. They didn't put the forth effort, so you didn't do anything,
No,
to
what it is
stand
I got to a point to where I wasn't going to put forth the effort no more if no one else was. I've reached a point in my life after I lost my mom that, I was so fed up with people in general and the lies and the deceptions and, the lack, like I say all the time, the lack of accountability and the lack of, just showing someone the same kind of, respect that they show you, to reciprocate the same shit that they were doing. I got tired of it. So it was like I started going down a list and, it'd be like, all right, this is the last time I'm either going to get a hold of you or come and see you, and I'm going to wait and see how long it takes for you to, reciprocate it back, and if you don't, I guess that's the end of that, because I'm done wasting my time on people that don't care or value my time, because I have other people around me daily that do value my time and want my time.
Yeah, my title for that is triage.
Triage?
Basically, imagine yourself a doctor, deciding who gets treatment and who's too bad off, who's too fucked up to be saved. Triage.
I'll tell you, my circle's gotten really small, dude. There's a lot of friends that I thought that I had for a lot of years that I thought were actually really important, that I thought, we had a real friendship, and found out that I was the only one that apparently felt that way because they weren't as invested in the friendship as I was.
Right. And I had quite a few instances in my life like that where it was all my input and basically no input or nothing coming back to me. And I mean, quite frankly, I was hard-headed back then, so it had to be basically, slammed into my brain, but I got it eventually.
Well, the thing is, Vex, is it wasn't until I started doing that too, and those people started coming out of my life, that I realized that they were some of the people that were bringing the negativity in. They were some of the people that were energy thieves that would steal your energy from you. They were some of the people that actually helped bring me down, and I didn't realize it. That were, the company you keep around you also affects, your energy, the frequencies, everything, whether it's positive or negative.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've talked about it before on my live streams, but what you present is a powerful thing. And most of my life, I presented nothing but a ball of hate.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I got around me. I always hung around other people who were hateful, and that's what I got in return. So,
Now I'm far from perfect. I'll never, ever say that I'm a perfect person at all, and never say that I still don't do things that even I am disappointed in myself in doing from time to time. But the one thing that I do different now, that I honestly believe, is that I will admit it and accept it and address it when that happens, rather than lie about it, ignore it and pretend like it was never there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Veritas just said phones work both ways, so I got tired of reaching out. Yeah,
right.
It's true.
Just like that road goes the opposite direction that I took to get here to your house. I told people that all the time. There's only one person on the planet that I did not expect to come my way, and that was my mom. And that was only because she was at the mercy of her boyfriend or my stepdad at the time, because she never got a license. She was one of them women that never had a driver's license, never driven a car, nothing. You know what I'm saying? So if I wanted to see my mom, I had no choice but to go see my mom.
Right. Yeah, I had an aunt like that, but she was in a better relationship.
My mom, it's kind of sad because, my mom spent, from what I can remember of her life, is she spent her whole life just wanting somebody to reciprocate the same kind of love back to her that she gave to them.
Yeah.
And she never got it from any man, ever.
Yeah,
Except
dude,
for,
I understand that.
I've always loved my mom, but even me and my mom, me and my mom, it was crazy. We would fight like cats and dogs, especially when I became an adult. I always had a certain level of respect for her. There's certain, lines I would not cross at all whatsoever, But me and my mom would fight like cats and dogs all the time about, just stupid shit. But at the same time, neither one of us could allow a whole lot of time to go by without one of us reaching out to the other and trying to, fix whatever problem it was. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I never used her grandkids against her. That was something I never did with my mom, is hold my kids hostage from her. Because one thing I noticed about my mom was, my mom wasn't a perfect mom. She knew she made mistakes. I didn't have to tell her she made mistakes. But you want to know what I saw with my very first kid and everyone afterwards, is when my kids were around and she got the opportunity to be a grandma, I saw that her way of showing me that she knew that there were things that she did that was messed up and that were not the right way to go about it. She showed me that she understood that by how she was with my kids. She treated my kids like they were the most important thing in the world. Would give them she would move mountains to try and give them what they wanted, and to make sure they knew that they were loved and appreciated, and that they were special. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And when I saw that the first time, I was like, how can I take that away from her?
Absolutely. I mean, man, as much as my family has problems, including myself, I know that if, say, one of my cousins called me up and said, I need you to come down here and help me out with something, I'd do it. I'd probably gripe on the way, but I'd do it.
Well, I've been having this internal issue lately that I haven't talked to anybody about but my wife. And I don't know how many people know. I don't think a lot of people know about my relationship with my brother and my sister. I've never really talked about it a whole lot, but my brother have had my younger brother, we've had a really messed up relationship for a lot of years, especially since we've been adults. And since my mom passed away, I haven't spoken to my brother, for almost 4 years. And there's reasons that I'm not really going to get into, for sake of time and stuff. Let's just say me and my brother have always been at each other. But there came a point where I was just done with it, so I just kind of separated myself. Well, my brother, he found out that I was on YouTube within the last, 6 or 7 months. And he's made a few comments on a few of my videos that I've done, and I've reached out to him once, and, he tried to get me to sit down with him because he wanted to talk to me, yada, 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 and I wasn't feeling it the first time, and I've really been kind of like the weekend, it's Wednesday, when I went up and was at Mo's house and hanging out with him and Kelly. Because my brother lives in Chicago, I tried to get a hold of him, and honestly, since I was going to be going right through Chicago on the way home, I got a hold of him because I was going to entertain the idea of maybe going to lunch somewhere with him and sitting down and having a little small short discussion,
Right.
to maybe see where he's going or where he's at. Well, he was at work and it didn't happen, and tried. It's kind of been weighing on me, I mean, there's something inside of me where I don't want to do it because I know where it's led every other time before, and I don't want to, be led into that same kind of all that shit all over again. You know what I'm saying? But at the
Yeah.
same time, there's something inside of me that's kind of been nagging at me to try and at least sit and have a real honest conversation, and see where it goes. Like a real honest conversation.
Yeah. Well, keep in mind that neither of you are the same person you used to be. And the past things, although they may be relevant, are still from the past. And there were different circumstances then. I'm telling you this as well as myself this, because right now I haven't spoken to my brother or sister since mom's funeral. And before then, it had been maybe 10 years. So, yeah, I'm talking to myself as well here.
See, like I said, you and I have a lot in common, dude. It's weird. That's interesting.
You'll find that there's a lot of people in our situations. A lot. Yeah, as far as that goes, I'll eventually start talking to them. I know I will. But I know it has to be under certain circumstances.
Right. That's where I'm at, because I've even talked to the wife about it, and the wife was like, are you sure that's what you want to do? Because you know where it's led every time before you try to do that. I told her, I was like, yeah, I know, but at the end of the day, that's still my brother. Because I ain't talked to my sister since mom's funeral either. Neither my brother nor my sister. And my sister, she hasn't reached out to me, nothing. It was one of them things where we decided that we just weren't going to talk, and we don't talk with me and her. We don't ever mention each other, but we don't ever get a hold of each other. It's just like, yeah,
Yeah.
But part of me, I don't know if it's a curiosity inside of me, but something's been nagging at me. Like, I got to find out what it is he wants to talk about.
Well, if nothing else, you can look at it as closure. I mean, if nothing else, is it going to be the same thing or isn't it?
That's the thing too. What you said is true, because we aren't the same people we were 4 years ago. We ain't the same people we were yesterday. We ain't the same person we were 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, dude. It's sometimes when you ask yourself small questions, they can give you big answers. Just a little something like, what was it that made me and my brother go at odds? Well, I could go through the story, but don't really want to. But it was this point. Well, why did that point happen? Well, I was an angry little piece of shit at the time. And how dare he talk to me in that way, type of thing.
You were younger, weren't you?
Exactly. Yeah, I'm the younger brother. I'm actually the middle kid.
See, I'm the
younger
brother.
Sister, older brother.
I'm the oldest.
Yeah, I picked that up about you.
My sister's the middle kid, and my brother's the youngest. And I had to be my brother's dad, and I know that's where me and his problems started. Was when I had to be his dad when he was in middle school.
Well, that's kind of the thing with my older brother is he was put in that role.
Right.
Because my dad would be at work all the time. Yeah.
Well, for me, it was mom. Mom put me in that role because there wasn't a man there to help her with a teenage son.
Yeah. It's kind of the same thing, a little different, but kind of the same thing. He was put in that role, and I was basically bucking authority of any type. And who was my older brother to tell me what to do, type of thing, of course. And plus I was figuring out who I was at the time and shit, and got into other things. And essentially, yeah, he never got out of that role though. And it more or less my brother's not a critical thinker.
Okay, I got
and yeah, he's not stupid. He's not stupid.
Right, but he's more of a He's more of a physical type of guy. He's hot-headed. That's how my younger brother is. He's more physical and hot-headed. He's not the intellectual type. You know, he rather than talk about something, he'd rather fight about it.
My brother was a little different. He wanted to just be a kid. I understood that. But he was going through his teenage years of, girls and all that stuff, and he didn't want to have to deal with, straggling brother and sister, coming at his heels and stuff like that. So he resented at the same time as looked out for us. So he made it a part of him. And that part never changed. So that's the problem I have with my brother right now, is where I have changed a lot. In this regard, whenever he sees me, he still sees the little, stupid kid that wanted to follow him around and take his records. Mm-hmm. So, he never got out of that. So it's kind of have to start from, square one with him, essentially. And I just don't know if I have enough patience for it.
Right. Well, for me, I just don't want to see it turn back into something else, but I also... The one thing my mom gave me was a forgiving heart. I've always had that.
Yeah.
For the most part. Though there's only one person that's still alive on this planet that I don't think I would ever be able to... And even with him, I think I can't even say that even with him, I would be able to forgive him if he would at least say I was sorry. And that'd be my dad. But that's the only way. My dad would have to he'd have to get a hold of me and reach out and mean he's sorry. And that's that's with all the crap he's done to me. My dad was a horrible person, man. Horrible excuse for a father. I tell people, that I go over to the Blackosphere all the time of YouTube and hang out with a lot of brothers and stuff to try and talk to them and get them to understand certain things, get them to see things that they think are one way, and get them to realize that it's a lie that they've been propagated. But I tell them all the time, I ask them, I say, do you want to know who the first person was to ever put a gun to my head, to threaten my life with a gun? And they're like, who's that? I say, and I tell them, it was my dad when I was 7 years old. He came out of the house when he was drunk. I was sitting on the swing with my sister, and he put a gun to my head in front of my sister and said, boy, I brought you into this world, and I can take you out just as quick. Spun around like, as if it was another day, walked into the house and poured himself a drink. And that had a really profound effect on me as a young child.
I would guess so. Was his name Tom?
No.
That's my dad's name.
My dad's name is Richard.
It sounds like your dad, my dad might have known each other.
My dad thought he succeeded as a father if his kids saw him walking down the street or in a grocery store, and they at least knew who he was if they saw him. He thought that was a success.
Right. Well. Yeah.
The thing is I don't know. The thing is I don't know my dad, and I look, as a kid, I purposefully, made sure that I took every opportunity I could to see my dad. Even after all the things that I saw when I was a young kid and him and my mom were married, after all the things that he did, I went out of my way. And what's crazy is I'm 42 years old. And even though I recognize the shell that my dad's soul resides in, I do not know who that man is. I do not know him. Because, dude, literally everything he ever told me in my life, every story, everything he ever said was a lie. Everything. He was never honest to me about anything.
My dad didn't care enough to fucking lie. My dad was just, well, put it in perspective, my dad was a street thug with not a high IQ, who I guess he was good looking to chicks or something like that, or it was real. He was kind of smooth talking, but he always, was the type that chased women and got away with it for a long time. But he married my mom, basically conned her into getting with him, and my mom's whole family was against it. As a matter of fact, my grandpa broke a gun stock over his head when they were dating. But
Interesting.
yeah, he was not very smart, but he was smooth talking. He could bullshit people, and that's the way he spent more time bullshitting people than he did at home. So in that regard, it was a blessing that I wasn't able to see him how he was, but it made it worse just because I had built up a fantasy of him instead.
Right.
So when he was there, I thought he was just the greatest.
Right.
Yeah. But,
you
if
saw
I
him as
fucked up one little
saw
bit,
him as a superhero and shit. Thought he was like invincible and things like that.
yeah, I built up this whole bullshit image of him, and it was that way for, I don't know, quite a few years.
You built that image up because that's the image he presented to you.
Well, and that, and you said that you was a very forgiving child.
Yeah,
I was very forgiving also, very empathetic in a way.
Mm-hmm.
And I was so starry-eyed, I guess, that I built a complete falsehood. Not considering any of the parts that were bad. Like, I left a toy sitting out, he stepped on it, and, walks into my room and fucking slaps my head, type of shit. I don't know what the fuck I did wrong or anything like that, but, I've been woke up several times like that, just out of the blue. And different things of that nature, do one thing wrong and I got fucking beat the fuck up, essentially. Right. So, yeah, I mean, I would look past all that battered wife syndrome type of shit. But I was a kid. Yeah.
Stockholm syndrome.
Up until this one where basically I think I was like 7 or 8, and I was he was watching wrestling on TV. And I was just standing there watching it too. And he goes, "I'm watching this." I went, "Yeah, me too." And he goes, "No, you're not. Get out of here."
That sounds like some shit my dad would say.
Hey, make me go to my room. I'm like, what the fuck? That was right then when that bubble burst. And I was just like, he's a piece of shit.
Dude, it's kind of like me, in a sense. I can relate. I even knew, like, when I was an adult, I knew who my dad was at that point, and I kind of excused the shit away. You know what I'm saying? As an adult, made excuses for it. My dad had lost his first leg and shit, and the first thing I did was make sure that I was there. And from that, after he had his first leg cut off from the knee down, because he pretty much lost everything at that point, I helped take care of my dad. I brought him back to Ohio, and I did what I could to help him to where he didn't have to do it on his own for 14 years. 14 years. With me multiple times walking in on him, sitting and talking to people and telling people how much of a worthless piece of shit I was, and how all I was a mooch, and that he did everything. I mean, I walked in on hearing this shit,
Yeah.
And knew what was going on, but still made excuses for it. And I remember so when I found out my mom had cancer was when I really got pushed to my final break. Because for like 9 months, all my dad did to me is remind me over and over and over that my mom was dying. and in the most like disgusting way. You know, I would sit there and get off the phone with mom, or even go to try and talk about it, and he would say, well, you know, your mom is dying, so you might as well just learn how to deal with it now. Or he'd come up out of nowhere and start talking to me about my mom and say, you know, your mom isn't going to be around much longer, so you better figure out how to deal with it, you know, now before it gets there. I mean, that was all he did over and over and over again, constantly, to the point to where I like shut down and stopped talking about it. Stopped talking to anybody. Actually, what happened is he forced me to regress. And I actually started sinking into such a deep depression that I almost killed myself over it.
Real quick, I want to respond to Common Sense, Common Law. Thank you, Hayden.
You know, and it was then, that's when my bubble burst. And so I was done. You know, you have done nothing but treat me like shit, take advantage of me, and make me your own personal slave. You know, and not even care about how I feel. You know, this was the real comment. I was sitting there talking to my dad before my mom's funeral, and I looked at him and I said, you know what the problem I have with you is the fact that my mom's dying, and not once did you tell me or ask me if I was all right, if I needed to talk, or look at me and say, if you need an ear, I'm here. Not once. And you know what that motherfucker had enough nerve to tell me? He looked at me when I said that, and he said, well, you never said that to me either. She was my wife at one time. And all I could do is look at him. I mean, my face got so red, and I said, you know what, motherfucker? She was your wife 30 fucking years ago. She never stopped being my mom.
Yeah.
You know, but all he cared about was himself. And she wasn't even his wife. They've been separated for over 30 years, dude. You know, and that was his reply. You know, there, like, your opinion, how you feel really matters. I just lost the woman who brought me into this world.
Right.
And you don't care. Dude, there was so much tension between me and that man at my mom's funeral, because I told him, I said, if you ever gave a fuck about me, after he said that, I said, you wouldn't even show up to the funeral, because I don't want you there. You don't deserve to be there.
Yeah. At my mom's funeral, everybody was worried about my father showing up. They had been divorced for a long time and stuff like that, and well, just a tad of background. My dad tried to poison my mother at one point, and he's such a dipshit that he screwed it up. But yeah, they've been divorced for a long time and stuff like that, and everybody in the family came to me and asked me if he should be allowed to show up. And I was just like, you know what? He can show up. But the conditions are this. He doesn't talk to me. And he doesn't, say anything bad. Because if he does, then I'll boot him myself. But he's allowed to come and see his ex-wife's funeral. I mean, while I was the child in the situation, I was not in the marriage. And quite frankly, knowing what his situation was at the time, which I won't go into, I had to allow it. Just because I am not the person who should be denying somebody to say goodbye.
Well, my dad still showed up.
My personal thing.
My dad still showed up, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But I ain't got nothing for that man at all whatsoever. It was fun. And what was ironic too, man, what was really ironic is the whole time of my life as an adult, becoming an adult man growing up, You know, I thought I'd build a friendship with my dad. I thought, you know, I used to tell people that my dad was my best friend. That's what I really thought. I always used to think that it was going to destroy me when I lost my dad, and it wasn't going to affect me when I lost my mom. And I didn't realize that it was actually the exact opposite. You know, it was really my dad. You should have saw the look on his face when I told him. I said, you know what you don't realize about that woman is she's the only reason why I have helped take care of you for the last 14 years. Why I've always been by your side. She is. Because every time he pissed me off, I would go visit mom, or I'd call mom on the phone. And what she would tell me, she would be the one that would talk to me and be like, Brian, your dad needs you, and you're the only person that he's got. If you were to leave, who else is there to help take care of him? You know, so my mom would always reason with me, talk me down, get me to just go ahead and continue on. Look, it's just the way your dad is. You know, he doesn't, he isn't as bad a person as, you know, just he means well. You know, and I looked at him, I told him, well, I said, well, guess what? She ain't here to save you anymore. So there's one of two things are going to happen, because we were still living together. I mean, every time me and my wife got to move somewhere, we always made sure that it was handicapped accessible and shit, accommodated him. You know, I told him, I said, look, one of two things is going to happen from this day forward, because you and I are never going to live together again. Either you're going to pack your shit and move the fuck out, or me and my wife and family are packing our shit and we're moving the hell out. But we ain't. That this right here that's going on, this dynamic, it ends today. You know, and the look on his face when he realized that it was my mom that kept his life easy. Because I was literally like his house slave, dude. That's how I was. The dude did nothing, but all he had to do was lay on his back, write checks, and eat until he was a glutton. He ate so much. I shit you not. He ate so much, he had a hernia on his stomach the size of a fucking, like a small watermelon. That's how much he ate. This motherfucker ate so much that he would get up in the middle of the night when my 6-year-old son was like 1 year old and eat the last bit of cereal and drink the last bit of milk in the house and not care that his grandson had to get up in the morning and eat.
Damn.
You know, that's how much he cared. You know, it was insane, the level of respect and appreciation that man didn't have, you know. And I was done with it. I couldn't do it no more. And then when, you know, my wife knew that I was in a bad place at one point, and she didn't tell me this until a couple years after my mom passed, but she knew I was in a bad place. And she had asked my dad, begged him. He had this habit that he would come out and just start shit with me, and then he would turn around in his wheelchair and go rolling the other way down the hall to go back into his bedroom laughing the whole time. Because he came out and he fucking riled me up and pissed me off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That was his favorite thing to do. And my wife begged him, Rich, will you please take it easy on Brian? At that point, there was so much going on. You know, I was losing my mom. My wife was having heart problems. My 13-year-old daughter was having issues with her mom, her mom's boyfriend and shit. So, I mean, I felt like my life was falling apart. And then my dad was constantly sitting there fucking poking at me. You know, and she told him, she's like, Rich, he stopped talking to anybody about anything. If you haven't noticed, he sits up in a room by himself all the time. She said, I really think that he's in a dark place and he's becoming suicidal. You know, she said after she talked to him and begged him to stop doing it, she said he actually started doing it worse.
Yeah.
She honestly believes he was trying to get me to fucking kill myself. And I believe it too, because there was one point after my mom died that my dad sent me a text message that said just that. Why don't you do everybody a favor and just go shoot yourself?
Yeah.
You know,
pretty fucking evil.
You know, and what's crazy is if he apologized, I'd probably still go back to talking to him if he apologized and meant it.
Yeah. As far as my father goes, the door's closed. He started losing his mind, so There's nothing that can be resolved.
There will be nothing resolved with my dad because my dad doesn't have the ability or the wherewithal, and within himself, he doesn't know how to show humility. He doesn't know how to humble himself and do something like that. You know what I'm saying? So it'll never happen. He doesn't know how to admit he was wrong.
It doesn't even, yeah, I won't even go into it, but yeah, I know exactly where you're coming from. But I'm going to have to go ahead and close this down.
Yeah, right on, man. I didn't mean to get all depressing and shit on you, but, you know,
Well,
it was actually a decent conversation.
This is, well, I didn't have a particular direction for the stream in the first place, so don't worry about, as far as where everything went. Essentially, we could call this show about family.
Yeah.
Because it all is about the family, whether it's good or it's bad. And honestly, I've had a bunch of good. I've had more bad. But like I said before, it made me who I am. It made me choose the good side. And I don't regret that. I used to, but I don't anymore.
Right.
Learn from everything, people. Face it. Face everything. I'm currently in process of facing several things. It's never over, but you can keep trying. And with that, I yield, and I will bid you all good night and sweet dreams.